This is the October 26th regular board meeting of the Board of Directors of Preston Association. I see quorum and we'll proceed. But first, let me express our heartfelt condolences to the people of Maine. My son was married there not that long ago. It's a beautiful community, Lewiston, and their suffering cannot be easily understood. With that, let me ask for unanimous consent on the adoption of the board meeting agenda. Are there any objections? Hearing and seeing none,
Representative Juszczyk had indicated that there was one of the agenda. I apologize.
Right now, it's just the agenda.
Of course. No objection.
No objections, hearing and seeing none, so ordered. Brittany? First item of business is member comments. Are there any member comments?
We have Mr. Bill Roundtree, who's online.
Besides Mr. Roundtree, is there anyone else?
You know,
Sareka.
Sarika's here.
Okay. Mr. Roundtree, you have 3 minutes.
You're unmuted.
Unmute. How's that?
We can hear you well, thank you.
Okay, John, thank you, Jennifer. I'll make it quick because you have a lot on your plate with the budget. Congratulations, Margaret. We'll have fun together working. My thanks to Erwin and Travis for asking for the sound study on Barton Hill. We've been trying to get that for 3 years. We finally got a baseline at Autumnwood, which is suspect in terms of its technical capability. I've talked to Chris. We're up to speed on timing. And as you know, we've hired Bob Unitech, the best in the country. And we have our own sound expert, Rick Cassay, who lives in Barton Hill. And we're ready to help on the test. And I've asked Chris, we'd like to meet with Kimberly ahead of time to plan the test, just like we did in Brown's Chapel when we were working on the lights years ago and working with Larry. But we're good to go, and we'll have fun doing it. Maybe even have you over for Bloody Marys on the deck afterwards. But in any event, we have a skill base and an analytical base and a expertise base which is not being tapped, and we've offered it to everybody from the board all the way down to Mac to Chris. And my thanks to Erwin and Travis for following up. So we're ready to go, and your timing is a little critical given the weather, and I hope it all comes together properly. And this time, I would like to have a little bit better coordination between our community, the pickleball community, the RA staff, Kimberly Horn, who you're using, though I would have preferred that you hired a separate sound acoustical engineer that knows what he's doing. But nevertheless, my compliments to you, and go on with the budget. And by the way, I'm one of those that would like for my dues not to be raised. That's it for me, guys. Good luck tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Roundtree.
May I ask Mr. Roundtree one follow-up question?
Please, Director Dodd.
I understood, Mr. Roundtree, that you were here tonight speaking as an individual, and yet you referred several times to we have hired Bob Unitech, and you referred to we, so I don't know who you were referring to when you said that.
I represent 47 single-family homes in Barton Hill Road. I am the task force chairman of the people in the Harper Square and the Barton Hill cluster community that are opposed to pickleball. And so I'm wearing several hats, but nevertheless, I've been asked to function as the leader and spokesman for the entire community.
For the entire 47 families that are participating, is that my understanding?
Including Harper Square and Barton Hill Court cluster people that are opposed to pickleball.
Thanks very much, Bill. I appreciate it.
Before we let you go, can you just follow our protocol and give us your address?
Oh, I'm sorry. 1963 Barton Hill Road, Reston, Virginia, 20191, and 703-648-0276, if anybody wants to talk to me.
Thank you, Mr. Roundtree. Who's next?
Thank you, John. Good luck tonight.
Ms. Sareka? You can unmute.
Hi, can
Hi, can we-
everyone hear me?
We can hear you. Can we have your full name and address, please?
Yes, Sareka Sridhar, 11801 Breton Court, Apartment 2 in Reston. I'm here to just make some comments about the Lakes Equity Working Group. I'm a potential applicant for that group, and I understand that there may be some concern about the data or lack of data that is required to form this group. And I just wanted to mention, I'm an environmental scientist. Sorry, to start, I am here as an independent, not representing anybody else. I have an environmental science background, and we rely on data for pretty much everything, whether it's public contribution, public input, data from the environment itself, to be able to make decisions and make quality decisions as well. We're not going to be able to do a lot of that without that data. And when you're here needing to survey a community, for example, there's ways that you can go about it. One is to hire consultants, companies, and agencies to be able to do some of that, which of course then has to come out of the budget. But on the flip side, my experience with as environmental scientist, as well as working on the Environmental Advisory Committee, RA's and EAC Committee, we've managed to conduct surveys, conduct interviews without actually having to spend a lot. So if you want to be able to get some of that, or even be able to mobilize community surveys, online digital platforms, and just have people going out there and doing that, in order to get some of that data that you need to make certain decisions, you need people power. And I think the Lakes Equity Working Group will be able to actually mobilize that and be able to, you've already got a whole bunch of volunteers that are saying, yeah, I'm ready to do some of this work that you are looking for, and be able to organize some of the community interactions and interviews and collect that data that you are looking for to be able to make decisions down the road. So if that's one of the things that is, I wouldn't say hindering, but casting doubt, then I would say that there are other ways to do it that doesn't necessarily involve a lot of budget. And yes, so I hope that helps make some decisions a little bit easier for those that are a little uncertain tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other members seeking to share a comment with us?
There are no other people signed up.
Director Johnson, did you have something as a member comment?
I did have something as a member comment.
Please.
So, I'm Travis Johnson. I live in 1741 Dry River Court. I wanted to thank the RA staff for the work that they did with, there was a homeless community that was living in the Dogwood area. And I know that the staff went down and tried to work with them, reach out to them, and they've since cleared out. But I wanted to thank you, Mac, and everyone else on the staff who participated in that for reaching out to those folks. I think that's the kind of work that we need to be doing, and I think that puts a great face on Reston Association, so thank you.
Thank you, Director Johnson. Anyone else seeking to speak to the board under member comment? I'm looking at Brittany and I'm seeing nobody. Nobody else. All right, we're ready to move on from there. The next item of business is the we have one.
Martha Evers? You're unmuted. Please state your name and
Hello?
address. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah,
Ms. Leslie,
Martha.
Go ahead.
Martha Evers, 2092 Golf Course Drive, Reston, Virginia, 20191. I received a letter from the Design Review Board to speak this evening. Thank you for your time and to the review of my water drainage issues that have been ongoing since I moved in 2 years ago in September of 2021. The water drainage issues are causing soil erosion and damage to my yard. I've asked for your review of the situation so I can clarify the issues that have been misunderstood in the 2 previous appeals. The first issue is on the left side ground level regarding the downspout. The water drainage issue is not obvious on clear days. However, when it rains, and especially during the summer flash floods, it becomes evident that the home uphill and next to mine, 2094 Golf Course Drive's drainage system is not working properly, so that the water gutter drain runs into and floods my backyard. The water gutter should run out and away from my property, 2092, and also the 2094 property. I want to point out that 2094's left side gutter drain pipe is not visible because it is underneath the wood boards on the ground in their rear yard. During the appeal process, they had referenced 2096's gutter, which is the 2 houses up, and then they were unable to honor the complaint because they kept saying they could not find the drain. The water is running right at my foundation, and I'm very concerned about the damage and the soil erosion to my property. The second issue is regarding the upper gutter on the right side of my uphill neighbor's home at 2094 Golf Course Drive. It appears that their gutter is clogged because during the rain, the water spills over it and out of the gutter, creating a waterfall situation that runs downhill under the privacy fence and flows into my yard, causing yet further erosion and damage to my property. I have shared videos and pictures demonstrating these issues. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. That was, that ring you heard was your 3 minutes expiring. I appreciate your comments, and the board will take them in consideration going forward. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the board?
There are no other hands raised.
All right. We move on to the consent agenda. Do I have unanimous consent to adopt the consent agenda?
I have objection.
State your objection.
The appointment of Lake Equity members, I would like it moved to item R, be combined with that.
Well, it'll be moved to later in the agenda, and that's all we do at this point. You have an objection to consideration of the Lake Equity appointments as part of the consent agenda, and that is your right. And therefore, the next, what we're left with is there anyone else who has any objection to any element of the consent agenda? Director Gerwich, are you getting ready to say something?
No, just grabbing my.
Okay, didn't want to cut anybody off. There being no other objections to the adoption of the consent agenda, it is so ordered, it is adopted.
If I may, I'd like to make a statement with regard to that.
It's not in order. We'll get there. We'll get there, Director Flashman, I promise you, we'll get there. So the next order of business is the CEO update. Mr. Cummins.
So I provided a memo with a few update items. I just want to highlight one item for everybody. In our attempt to be more member focused and to be looking for ways to build community and get people together, we're starting a new event here at the end of November. And I think it's an event that our staff have come up with that could really become an annual tradition in RA and that we could really build upon going forward. I'm going to ask Laura Kowalski just to come up and say a few words to you all about some of the particulars of this. But from my standpoint, we're doing 2 things that are a little bit out of the norm for us. One, it's going to be free for RA members, and we're going to charge for non-RA members. We're going to do a media blitz and try to get the word out to get as many people as possible to come out and enjoy being together at the start of the holiday season, and Laura walked through all the fun stuff. And then I have a request of all of you. I'm going to pass around a flyer. We're trying to get the word out to the maximum extent possible. We're going to do a social media blitz and a lot of other things, but if you can let people know, and we're doing some other fun things from a sponsorship standpoint that Laura will cover, just try to get the word out as much as possible.
Please, Ms. Kowalski.
Thank you. So Winterfest, you will see
Okay,
this.
you need to pull the mic much closer to
Closer?
you.
How about I go here? Is that better? Okay, so Winterfest, here's a flyer. And so hopefully you will see this everywhere. If there's anywhere in Reston that you don't see it, please call me and we will put a flyer there for you. So this is we're very excited, staff. There's a lot of excitement about this event specifically because it's a new 3-day event. We are very used to doing a one-time event, but this 3-day event allows us to provide an opportunity for members and non-members over 3 days. So it will feature a Light Up the Park walk, a Santa meet and greet, an enchanted forest filled with decorated trees from the community, local vendors, and local businesses, small businesses, and large. There'll be holiday shopping, bonfires, s'mores, pop-up events, food and beverage, beer, and food trucks and more. So it's a wonderful way to kick off the holiday season for the Reston community to get together. And hopefully this will be a tried and true, hey, are you going to Winterfest every year from now on? And I encourage you to take a look at the sponsorship opportunities. The Enchanted Forest is very unique for this event. So we have 50 trees that we'll be selling to those individuals or different companies. And the trees will be decorated by those individuals. And once the event is over on December 3rd, those will be donated to families in need to help provide a tree should they wish to have one this winter. We're working with schools and other nonprofits to hopefully identify where those trees should go. So I thank you. I won't take up any more time, but I hope that we will see you there, and I hope you will help spread the great cheer.
Director Flashman.
Thank you.
Do you have an estimate of the cost of this?
Can you pull that load closer so we can get you on?
Do you have an estimate of the cost of this?
I'll let Laura comment on that. We have an overall cost, and then, of course, we are working on sale of trees, so there's a net cost there, too.
So do you have an overall cost? What is that?
So it's about $40,000 is the overall cost, and that doesn't include revenue.
And if you get the expected revenue, I assume you have targets?
Yeah, it could be anywhere between $15,000 and $40,000 in year one, probably.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing and seeing none, let's move on to land use and...
Just one
I'm sorry,
quick
beg
note,
your pardon?
because it's free for RA members, we're requiring registration. So that way we know, so we can get them signed up. It's the normal registration process. There will be links all over our website, and the QR codes take you straight there, but just encourage people to register, because that's how we know they're an RA resident and they get it free.
So it's November 30th, December 1st and 2nd from 5 to 9 p.m., and it's at Browns Chapel Park.
Director Dunn, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand
I
raised.
apologize. Is there any ballpark figure yet for what it would cost to sponsor a tree?
Yes, there is. So if you are a for-profit organization, we're hoping that you would donate, buy a tree for $500, and then for businesses that are nonprofit and individuals or a family, $300 a tree.
300?
300. We provide the tree, the lights, and the stand and generator to support. So we're just asking that that ornaments are brought to and they can have a fun time decorating it, or we'll help provide that decoration for them.
I love it. Thanks.
Director, Mr. Cummins, did you have anything else? Director Petrine.
I'd like to congratulate staff on moving forward on the organizational assessment, strategic plan, and internal business practice efforts. They're long overdue.
Terrific. Can we move on to land use and comprehensive plan update? Mr. Cummins.
I don't have a whole lot for you this evening. Board, we've been focused mostly on overall RA efforts on the casino, which will, of course, be in a better position to message going forward beyond tonight. But the other land use efforts have been relatively quiet in the last 30 days or so.
We had a video. Any questions? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on. We had a video on the third quarter Parks and Recreation update that was recorded by Ms. Kowalski. Does the board have any questions regarding that update? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to the third quarter capital projects update. Anybody have any questions regarding the third quarter capital projects update? I have one, but I can wait for other members. Mr. Schumacher, where do we stand with the site plan at Hook Road?
So according to the Fairfax County Plus system, it is shown as approved. However, we have not received our stamped set of documentation yet, and all of the remaining fees and documentation have also been submitted for paperwork processing. So that's where we currently stand.
To share with the board, we have raised this issue with Supervisor Alcorn on multiple occasions. At last month's meeting, we asked for a meeting with the Director of Land Design Services to see if we can't get this thing moving along. Regrettably, that meeting has not yet happened, and we'll raise it again with Supervisor Alcorn at our next monthly meeting. Any other questions regarding the capital projects? Hearing and seeing none. Treasurer's report, any questions for Director Petrine? Director Greiwich.
Bob, I just wonder if you could elaborate a little bit more on, you talked about the net margin, right, through the first 3 quarters of 2023, 307,000.
307,000.
Lower.
Right.
4.4% worse basically in the same period in 2022. And then you cautioned us, like, this is important to note, this margin decline as we prepare for 2024 and beyond. And I was just wondering if there was, I know we'll get into the budget a little bit later tonight, but if there was anything that you could prep us for or to be thinking about entering some of those budget conversations based off of that warning.
There, 65% of our budget is personnel related. People need to be compensated at a fair and justified level. So that's, when you look at our organization, it's very high touch, largely low tech. The vast majority of our things, the things that we do and are responsible for, require interaction with people to people. So that's the first thing. Costs are going up for just the maintenance, utilities, those kinds of things. My purpose in bringing that issue up at this time is we tend to focus on budget to budget, and I think it's very important, particularly as we get to the end of the year, if we look at what we actually did versus last year. Since we haven't increased the number in a significant way of the services that we're providing, how have we done year over year, which is something that I'm used to looking at as a financial person. And the 307,000 at this juncture may be erased because, as I understand it from our Director of Finance, we're expecting stream mitigation credits, which are not part of the budget, but do reflect in the income statement. So that could change. But as a financial person, I tend to be very cautious and conservative. And it's not a warning, it's just everybody needs to keep their eye on the ball, is basically it, without getting into the numbers.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for our treasurer, Director Mopar?
Go ahead. That's all right. Go ahead. Nope. Go ahead and ask your question because I'm going to.
I have just a couple of simple questions, trying to understand something here. On page, on the report, on page 3 of 6, for insurance, I noticed there was a reduction. Is that because we didn't have any accidents, we're good citizens, or like?
I will have to defer that to Tom. Tom, could you address the positive variance in insurance?
Can you come up to the microphone, Mr. Deal, please? And while he's doing that, let me note that Director Juszczak, Vice President Juszczak, is on travel and had hoped to join us remotely this evening, but I'm given to understand that there's been some surprising changes in her flight profile. Big surprise. So I look forward to her joining us whenever she's able, if at all. Forgive me, Mr. Deal, please go ahead.
Sure. So when we budget for insurance, the fiscal year of the insurance goes from July 1 to June 30th. So we estimate the other 6 months, and that didn't jive with what we had estimated.
Bob, may I?
Please,
One more question.
you have the floor.
Sure. Credit card fees.
Yep.
What's the percentage? And we had some very quick discussion about this some time ago, and I'm very curious about what those fees are, because I've looked into the fees, how the fees are done and so on. There might be some ways to recoup some of those, but I just wanted to understand. Again, we don't need to get into the details, but just trying to understand what that percentage is of that fee is.
The board several years ago decided to basically forego charging members when they use credit cards.
Right.
That represents our cost. Basically, we're eating the cost of the processing and merchant costs. It is probably, Tom, would you say it's about 3% per transaction? That's what it. And it has been discussed ad nauseum for years at the fiscal committee about whether it's appropriate that we do so. Should we, like Fairfax County, inform users that they're going to have to pay a user fee? We have been told by processors, both Visa and MasterCard, because we are not a government, we cannot pass on that cost just for that transaction. So to say credit card business was always complicated, it's gotten much more complicated recently.
Thank you.
And Counsel, I believe you have advised us that there are provisions in federal law that restrict the degree to which we can pass it on. So we can charge a convenience fee per transaction, but we can't charge a percentage fee on the transaction. And so it wound up that we could collect $275 or some number like that. And when you aggregated it all, it was, I remember this conversation in fiscal committee, that it was a source more of aggravation to members than it would be a realization of recovery of costs to the association. That is my summation of what I heard, but if I've gotten any of that wrong, please advise.
It's not federal law, it's POA. POA says basically if your fees aren't in your declaration, then you can only provide a fee for providing a service. So the way we've been looking at it is allowing you to use a credit card as a service. The rest of your summation is historically, I believe, accurate, which is eventually we just decided that as an organization, the hindrance to the members was of such a pain for the de minimis return that we just wouldn't pursue it. I can speak to the business part of this. So the convenience fee is a flat fee for all transactions, whether you're buying a $7 item at member services or paying your assessment. That poses a major issue. The lion's share of the credit card fees that we are currently eating are coming through the assessments, which is the single biggest transaction we have. We're not allowed to scale the convenience fee. It's the same concept as charging a different percentage. So we all decided we're not going to charge, $25 or $30 a swipe every time you come into member services to be able to account for, if you wanted to do the assessment. Now, we still have Tony doing some research on user fees and other things, but generally what John said has been the conclusion as it's been discussed, as Bob said, ad nauseum at the fiscal committee.
Anything else? Any other Bob,
There were certain recommendations that were made by fiscal committee regarding the budget, the audit and tax returns, and I would like to read into the record the recommendations of the fiscal committee, but I think it would be more appropriate, consistent with at the time that we discussed the audit report and tax return, rather than
makes sense to me.
Muddy the water now.
Thank you. The next item of business is the selection of the secretary. I understand that we have a volunteer to fulfill that role, and I'm looking to see if that person would like to let us know that he's prepared to serve in that capacity.
I have volunteered, and I am prepared to serve if elected.
Is there anyone else who'd like to serve in that capacity? Okay, I need a motion to, no? Okay. I'll ask for unanimous consent to appoint Director Johnson as secretary to the corporation. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none. Brittany, so ordered. Next item is executive session, and I do need a motion on that. May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
Do I have a-
Pardon me?
For the purposes of personnel, contractual matters, and the covenants committee of people. I think that's what you said, right, Bob?
That's correct.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have a second so that I can direct Grewich? Any discussion? All those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Okay, that is unanimous of all those present and voting. Thank you very much.
This evening's update includes summer activities in the recreation departments, a little bit on our community survey, and then also how we did with our seasonal hiring. There are a variety of options for recreation passes. For members, the pass is all-inclusive to include pools, tennis, and pickleball. For non-members, there are options for all access or a court pass. There are a few changes to the pass structure in 2023 to include combining the tennis and pickleball non-resident options into a court pass. The preseason discount was removed for both member and non-member passes. Overall, more members purchased passes from 2022. Non-member passes were down, but with the increase in the individual court fee, the additional revenue was made. This summer, there are 13 of our 15 outdoor pools were in operation, with Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood pools closed for renovation. The total open hours visits was over 100,000 compared to 98,000 in 2022. Swim lessons exceeded revenue goals with 279 group lesson participants and 166 who sought private instruction. Certification classes were taught to 137 lifeguards, both for new classes and renewals. Our water fitness program saw over 1,600 instances of participation. We had 15 rental customers with 680 rental hours and 37 private parties this summer. Our tennis program continues to thrive with programs for both adults and children. Our junior program saw 190 participants. Our adults saw 156. And then our tennis court rentals, we saw 9. Drop-in tennis for pass holders on Friday evenings continues to be popular. A huge congratulations to our very own Reston tennis team who won the Men's Northern Virginia Tennis League Championship for the first time in RA history, captained by Jim Elder. Pickleball classes continued this summer with 92 participants. Reston Association also hosted a professional pickleball registry workshop in July. This is a certification and education by USA Pickleball for coaches. Participants from both in Virginia and out of the state were hosted.
Drop-in play continues to be a popular pastime for recreation pass holders, and the conversation continues on the expansion of pickleball courts at the Barton Hill facility, with 2 community meetings held. No decisions have been made at this time, but additional information can be found on our website, reston.org, Barton Hill Tennis Project. Had a great time this summer. Reston Camps has been in operation for 49 years, which means next year is our 50th anniversary. Overall, 2,025 campers had a great time this summer through our 91 sessions that were offered, and 30 of those children attended camp with a scholarship, with financial support by the Friends of Reston and Reston Citizens Association. We thank them. Our summer camps operated between June and August with a variety of fun activities for all. Our continued with boat rentals and classes at both our Lake Ann Dock and Lake Audubon boat ramp. This summer included kayak and pedal board rentals with extended hours during special events at Lake Ann Plaza, such as Juneteenth, Labor Day, Pride Festival, Reggae Festival, Roots, and the Farmers Market. Private group rentals for kayaks and stand-up paddleboard rentals provided lessons for Girl Scouts, corporate team building, and other private events. The stand-up paddleboard program for lessons for 93 people and counting, and our stand-up paddleboard yoga program that was successfully piloted in 2022 was offered again this year. Summer events brought the fun to Reston. Events from the beginning of the year through this summer saw 8,900 in attendance with a variety of programming. This summer included movies in the park, dive-in movies poolside, and private rentals for schools and local businesses. Dog paddles, totally trucks, family picnics in collaboration with our friends at Reston Community Center, participation in the National Night Out, which is a collaboration with the Fairfax County Police Department, our inaugural end of summer party, yoga in the park, and trips to include Capital One Hall, Meadowlark Gardens, National Games, and the Kennedy Center. Volunteer Reston had a busy summer with over 50 volunteers participating in our spring and fairy festivals at the Walker Nature Center in May. We had 6 youth volunteers participate with our Nature Camp Director and Nature Tots and Walker Ranger Camp programs. Over a dozen volunteers donated hours of their time for community service outreach at various festivals, pools, and tennis courts. The cardboard boat regatta was supported by Volunteer Reston with 50. Over 100 volunteers came out to support community events this summer, to include fishing derby, totally trucks, wildlife count, activities at the pool, habitat heroes, and more. We also hosted corporate activities to include stream and natural area cleanups with Cornerstone Defense, hosted a trail restoration project at the Walker Nature Center with Kimley Horn. The Walker Nature Center provides a variety of educational programs and resources for all ages with a mission to foster good environmental stewardship in the community. Overall, the Nature Center saw 2,831 visitors this summer, to include program participants, drop-in visitors, facility rentals, and it does not include the thousands of visitors who enjoyed the trail use, outdoor restroom, interpretive signage, and natural amenities. Summer camp at just this location served 319 campers for ages between 3 and 12 years old. The Fairy Festival was a great success in July, with over 150 participants enjoying activities such as building fairy houses, searching for woodland fairies, and a story with the Fairy Queen. Our summer wildlife classes for both butterfly and dragonflies drew in 27 participants, and we had 37 volunteers assist staff with the count. Our member services team was in the community this summer. Through our community engagement, RA staff was at the Lake Ann Farmers Market, the Fine Arts Festival, and then also new this year, we participated in the Reston Chamber of Commerce golf event. The biggest initiative this summer was the community survey. The survey was open to members to provide input to develop Reston Association's next 10-year facility recreation plan. The survey was open May 1st through June 30th. We saw over 1,700 responses, well surpassing the turnout from previous surveys of 325 to 750, and exceeding the minimum needed for a successful, statistically valid result. 2 proactive steps were taken to ensure high levels of survey participation. These included in-person recruitment, along with online, to ensure good representation of all RA members, and a comprehensive and thoughtful communications plan to ensure members were aware of the survey. The results will be provided to the public this fall and winter. We welcomed additional team members to the recreation family. For full-time positions, we hired a member services representative. We do still have one position open, the aquatics maintenance technician. People can apply at reston.org. Our seasonal positions that were filled this summer included members services representative for our rental operation, tennis professional instructors, a pickleball court monitor, pickleball instructors. Reston Camps hired 99 staff, which included directors, counselors, drivers, logistics coordinator, and a camp registrar. For lifeguards, we hired 186, and then additional team members were also included with our attendants and our swim lesson instructors. We thank them all for a great season and hope to see them back next year. Thank you for your time. We look forward to seeing you through Reston while you live, work, play, and get involved in the community. For lifeguards, we hired 186, and then additional team members were also included with our attendants and our swim lesson instructors. We thank them all for a great season and hope to see them back next year. Thank you for your time. We look forward to seeing you through Reston while you live, work, play, and get involved in the community.
Good evening. My name is Chris Shoemaker, Director of Capital Projects for Reston Association. I'm here to give you a brief update on the third quarter capital projects for 2023. Starting off as a reminder that if you want more information on any currently active, scheduled, or completed projects, you can visit the project webpage on reston.org. Here you will find an interactive map that will show you all the various projects and their stages and locations of them, as well as some additional details and information. Starting off is an overview of the third quarter projects. Of the 70 scheduled for this year, 29 have been completed, 19 are in progress, 3 have been canceled, 15 are marked for carry forward to 2024, and 4 have been scheduled for start later this year. The 3 canceled projects include the Polo Fields parking lot, Uplands Pool parking lot, and the replacement of 2 digital printers. This equated to just over $82,000, and this funding will be used to offset negative variances on other projects or be included in the overall positive variance for the RRF budget. The first project update is for the Hunters Woods Ballfield redevelopment. This project is at substantial completion ahead of schedule and under budget, and is a culmination of a one-year community engagement process to reactivate this once disused ballfield. We have installed new pathways, park furniture, landscaping, and drainage throughout the site. You can see the before and after images on the right. We are currently in the evaluation phase of the project lifecycle. We'll be cataloging our lessons learned and producing the closeout documents. The next project update is Lake Throw Pool. This project is also nearing substantial completion and its final inspections. After over a year of construction, approximately 90% of the facility has been completely rebuilt, and all the pools are now filled and filtering to allow the plaster to cure before being winterized until reopening in 2024. And in 2024, we'll be hosting a grand reopening of this renewed facility and are excited to share it with the membership. The next project update is at Shadowwood Pool, where Phase 1 projects are complete that included the squaring of the main pool and its chip out of its accumulated plaster, tile, and coping, as well as the replacement of the bathhouse roof. The design team is currently working on the architecture and engineering related to the conversion of the wading pool into a splash pad and improvements to the bathhouse for ADA accessibility. We'll be planning to submit our DRB application once these documents are ready, as well as filing for permits. This construction is anticipated to begin later this winter and carry on through spring before reopening next year. The next project update is at Hook Road Recreation Area. We're in the final stages of site plan approval with Fairfax County. We've also filed the DRB application for full board review on November 14th. You can attend that meeting via Zoom. The project will be broken out into 2 phases that is delineated by the red dotted line you can see in the central image that separates the west from the eastern halves of the site. The first phase, which we plan to start in 2024, includes the repositioning of the ball fields to improve safety, installation of backstops and player containment areas, and installation of some connecting pathways. Phase 2, which is the east side and is currently scheduled in the out years of 25 and 26, includes the installation of a bathroom pavilion, tennis viewing areas, and additional connecting pathways. The next project update is the renovation of the Glade Clay tennis courts. This project was originally scheduled in 2023, but due to contractor availability and additional time needed for engineering and permit approvals, we rescheduled to 2024. The facility will be fully renovated to include new underground irrigation systems, a new clay court surface, energy-efficient LED court lighting with remote control, and improved court access. The DRB and permit applications are in process, and we'll be filing them here in the coming weeks. The next project update is at Barton Hill Tennis. In September, a second community meeting was held to present updates on the project, and in the September board meeting, direction was given to perform additional sound study before a decision could be made on key decision point number 1. Staff and engineering teams are currently coordinating the installation of temporary pickleball courts to do a sound analysis sometime around mid-November, and our current plan is to return to the December board meeting with those results. Now for a snapshot report on the third quarter capital budget. Of the $7.8 million budget, over $3.6 million has been executed, which is more than all the money executed in 2022 in just the first 3 quarters of this year. There's another $4.1 million of work to be performed, and we're currently forecasting a positive variance of just over $246,000. The negative variance for triple RF carryforwards is due to the added repairs required at Lakeshore Pool, which is being offset by the positive variances in the other projects. If you have any other questions, comments, or need more information on a project, please contact the Capital Projects Department at capitalprojects@reston.org, call 703-435-6556, or visit the Capital webpage at reston.org. Thank you. If you have any other questions...
This is the Treasurer's Report for September 2023. RA has finished the summer season, and with that, a majority of its services and programs, camps and aquatics, have concluded. While the association is still operating well within its 2023 budget, the results of its key programs and services, as well as the increased costs of essential supplies and other components needed to function, are pressuring its margins. This is particularly important as RA plans for 2024 and beyond. Unlike a commercial business, RA has both operational and practical limits on what it may do to expand its products and service menu or expand its customer base geographically, and therefore relies on member assessments for the majority of its revenue to maintain its large base of capital assets and amenities. Assessments are $503,000 higher than for the same period in 2022. Fees are 26% ahead of the same period in 2022, and interest and dividend increases against 2022 actuals reflect favorable current market conditions and higher level of interest being earned on RA Bank deposits. Recreational program revenues are slightly off their 2022 levels, with incrementally better results in camps and programs at the Nature Center. Total revenues from programs and services in total are virtually flat on a year-over-year basis. Despite the challenges of filling several positions due to attrition, people costs have increased by $565,000, or 7% on a year-over-year basis, even as the association has filled 3 key executive positions. Administrative expenses have increased by $206,000, or 12.9% over the same period in 2022. This increase was composed of increases in facility rent of $153,000, $24,000 in insurance, and $27,000 in finance expenses. Other expenses, led by increases in facility repairs, software licenses, and overhead expenses totaling $217,000, were partially offset by utility, maintenance contract, and vehicle savings of $94,000. At the end of September, RA had a total of 3 open budgeted positions, and the total number of employees is up 3 people from September 2022. Accounts receivable represent obligations owed the association, but as yet have not been converted to cash. Accounts receivable in total are $37,000 greater than at September 30, 2022. As you can see at the schedule, in the schedule at the top of the slide, this increase is primarily driven by the number and value of covenant violations in process. At the end of September 2023, of the outstanding accounts, 87% were member accounts from prior years in process of legal collection, with an additional 9% from assessments owed in 2023. These 2023 accounts represent 0.7% of total assessments recognized as 2023 revenue. Capital spending. $3.3 million of the $7.8 million of capital projects through 2023 has been spent through September 2023. Major projects underway include the rebuild of the Lake Thoreau pool, completion of the first phase renovation of the Shadowwood pool, and repurposing of the Hunters Woods ball field. In summary, the net margin through the first 3 quarters of 2023 is $307,000 lower, or 4.4% worse than for the same period in 2022. While the association is still operating well within its 2023 budget, the financial results of its key programs and services, coupled with the increased cost of essential supplies and other components needed to function, are pressuring its margins. As I said before, this is particularly important as the association plans for 2024 and beyond. This concludes my report for the month. My written report and complete set financial reports can be found in the board package for the October 26th meeting that you can find as an attachment to the meeting notice in the RA event calendar. If you have any questions at all on the financial or the budget, please do not hesitate to contact me at bodpatrine@reston.org, and I will respond promptly. Thank you.
I've been here since 1974.
Wow.
I love Reston. They got all the things that you need to grow old with. The people are active, people walk, people are friendly. My favorite walk is around Lake Audubon, and I try to do 1.5 to 2 miles every day. Your name again? Peter. Peter. I'm Denver Levin. Nice to meet you, Denver.
Hello, I'm Peter Lusk, Chief Operating Officer with Reston Association. I'm here today to talk a little bit about what drew me to Reston and how I think we can work together to continue to build a community that works for everyone. When I was thinking about joining Reston Association, the first thing that I really thought about was the unique opportunity to work closely with all of our members and all of our residents as we work to build a better Reston. The second thing that drew me here was our natural resources. We're here today in one of our beautiful lakes and walking on one of our trails. I really look forward to learning more about our watershed areas, all of our lakes, and working with our members to build natural resources that work for everyone. Lastly, when I think about Reston, I think about recreational opportunities, the opportunities to grow, and the opportunities to age in place. I think about our tennis courts, pickleball opportunities, fields, and other amenities that can help people age in place and live in Reston and enjoy Reston. I'm glad to be here and look forward to seeing all of you at one of our events, farmers markets, trails, or pools.
Cam Adams, the Director of Covenants Administration here at Reston Association. One of the many responsibilities of the Covenants Administration Department is processing Design Review Board applications. So, in this edition of Frequently Asked Questions, I will provide an overview of the application process and give more insight on how to complete the DRB application. How can I confirm if the project I want to do requires DRB approval or not? First, when in doubt, fill an application out. Members should always consult either the design guidelines, which can be found on the RA website, contact your covenants advisor, or simply email cov@reston.org for any questions. The application is 8 pages long. Can't the form be a bit more simplistic? For many years, RA had 4 different types of application forms. We combined the application into one form to reduce confusion and repetitive forms. The current application is a total of 8 pages and is now split into 3 separate parts. Part 1 is for the first 4 pages of the DRB application, which contain checklists. These checklists are intended to assist applicants in establishing what supporting information needs to be included with your application. We provide checklists for our standard types of modifications. Part 2 is pages 5 and 6 and consists of the actual application. This is where the applicant will provide their contact information and description of the project. Page 6 is the applicant acknowledgement and signature page that is completed by the applicant. It is important to note at the bottom of page 6, if the application is for individual property, the owner of the property will sign there. If the application is being submitted on behalf of a cluster or condominium association, the president or vice president will sign there. Part 3 of the application is pages 7 and 8, which provide either individual property owner notification or cluster or condominium association notifications. All applications require 3 signatures, which provide acknowledgement of the applicant providing notification to neighbors. These signatures do not indicate approval or disapproval of a project. If you are in a single-family detached non-cluster property, you will be required to provide 1 signature from an adjacent owner, that is one that touches your lot, and 2 signatures from owners of neighboring lots within view of the modification. If you are in a cluster condominium association, you will be required to provide 1 signature of an adjacent owner that is 1 lot that touches your lot, 1 signature from an owner of a lot within view of the modification, and a signature from the cluster condominium association officer, president, vice president, treasurer, or secretary. That is why this page provides an option for board officer positions.
Director Gerwich.
I move that the Resident Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature concerning a Covenants Committee appeal or involving personnel matters were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second?
Second.
Second by Director Mapar. Discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That appears to be unanimous for all those present and voting. Do I have a motion on the golf course drive appeal? Director Flashman.
I move that the board consider the appeal.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Petrine. Discussion. Are we ready for a vote? Looks like it. All those in favor of considering the appeal of 2094 Golf Course Drive will say aye.
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 All those opposed? Director Mapar, Director Grevich, Director Johnson, Director Dodd. Any abstentions? Director Perry abstains. The motion fails. Do I have another motion?
Move to not consider the Covenants appeal brought against 294 Golf Course Drive.
Is there a second? Second by Director Johnson. Motion by Director Grevich. Is there discussion on the motion? Director Perry.
I would be willing to support this motion. I just want to make sure that all understand that should the current movement with the cluster not resolve the issue, that our member has every right to return and ask us to re-review this at the Covenants Committee level.
Counsel, could you clarify that, please? The member would have to file a new covenants complaint. Is that am I correct in that understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. So it wouldn't be a matter of somehow coming back to Covenants Committee on this matter. It would be a brand-new covenants complaint that the member would have to file.
Correct.
I just want that for clarity. Director Flashman.
Yeah, to further clarify that it could be the same complaint, but it would have to be filed again.
We'd have to start the process all over again. That's everybody's understanding. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That's Director Petrine, Director Parrish, Director Johnson, Director Dodd, Director Perry, Director Mapar. Those opposed, Director Flashman. The motion carries. The appeal is not going to be considered. I need a motion, please, on contracts.
Move that in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement, to approve the contract with SmartWebs Incorporated for Covenants Department software in the not-to-exceed amount of $220,000.
Do I have a second? Director Johnson. Discussion. Hearing Director Mapar.
Just one clarification, was that for the entire amount was for 3 years?
That's correct.
Further discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous of all those present and voting. Do I have a motion on the other contract? Matthews Group?
Move that in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement, to approve the contract with the Matthews Group Incorporated for on-call general facility maintenance and repair services in the not-to-exceed amount of $150,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Mapar. Discussion. Director Perry.
Again, thank you for your indulgence. I just want to make it clear to members that this contract is for those instances where our own wonderful CSF staff are unable to complete those projects for whatever reason, and therefore this is not to supersede the fact that we do have wonderful staff running our CSF offices.
Thank you, Director Perry. I'm sure we all agree with those sentiments. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing, seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous of all those present and voting. That takes us on, there's no other items coming out of executive session, Council, that I see. Yes. Thank you. Moving on to the 2022 audit and tax returns. We've had them in front of us for a while. There was a question or two that fiscal committee presented to our auditors after the initial presentation. Director Petrine, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, the fiscal committee has completed its review of the 2022 audit tax return provided by Forvis, RA's external auditors. We concur with their opinion that the financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the position of Reston Association and Friends of Reston as of December 31st, 2022. We recommend that the board accept the audited financial statements and authorize the Director of Finance to submit the 2022 Form 990 tax return.
That's a motion?
That's the motion.
Is there a second? Second by Director Graywich. Discussion. Hearing Director Petrine.
I forgot the last part. The fiscal committee also wants the board to know that we are pleased with the performance of the new audit team from Forvis, and that once again, Tom Deal and his finance team did a great job in making the audit successful.
Any further discussion? You've heard the motion. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous of all those present and voting. Thank you, Treasurer Petrine. The next item of business is the second draft of the 2024-2025 budget, because we sometimes forget we are adopting a two-year budget. Mr. Cummins.
Thank you, President Farrell. As we get into draft 2 of the budget tonight, I've given you a lot of materials in the packet. There have also been a number of questions that have come by email. We're going to try to touch, on all of those things. I'd like to try to get direction coming out of tonight so that we can prepare a final budget for consideration at the fiscal committee and then the board. And I'll remind everyone that we have a short month in November. All meetings are accelerated by a week generally, just because of the holiday. In getting into tonight's discussion.
Can I just stop you just for a second? Just about the public hearing. So we have to have public hearings, 2 public hearings on our budget. The first will be at 6 o'clock, the night, that would otherwise be the Board Operations Committee meeting. I need 5 board members there in order for it to be valid. Many of you show up to BOC. I welcome you to come to BOC, and they fully participate. But it's very important that we have quorum at 6 o'clock on the night in order for the public hearing to be effective. The next public hearing will be at our regular November board meeting. And so we'll be able to satisfy the requirements of our documents that way. Sorry for the interruption.
Yep. So normally, and we will make sure we get this all straightened out, we'll have public hearings, either the September and October meetings or the October and November meetings, but either way, they should be happening at your regular meetings. But as John mentioned, we'll need to do that separate step this year.
Director Flashman?
Yes, I just want a clarification on that item, and that is that meeting is a Zoom meeting?
Correct.
Yes. So as we start to go through draft 2 of the budget, I prepared a presentation that has several stopping points for Q&A. One thing that I thought about suggesting to the board, and beg your indulgence, I think as we get into this, you're all going to want to talk about and ask questions that are going to overlap multiple areas of potential ways to manipulate the budget and or look at the assessment. We've only got about 12 slides or so. It might make sense just to run through it all and then take questions. I mean, I think there will be questions about assessment impacts of the staffing model or assessment impacts if the CIP is reduced and those sorts of things that will ultimately overlap. It might make more sense if I just run through it all.
Proceed.
Okay. So what we have done between draft 1 and draft 2, the board gave several direction and some motions that passed at the September board meeting. Those things have been incorporated into the budget. And then we took that to the fiscal committee and they have made recommendations on the budget you see here in draft form. And so I'm going to comment on those as well. We have not manipulated the budget yet. We'll be looking for board direction on whether or not you want to accept those fiscal committee recommendations or not going forward. So if we go to the next slide, very quickly, by way of background, why don't we just jump to the next slide, which really shows the timeline. This is where we are. This is a fairly lengthy process that kicks off in May, and if anybody's watching on TV at home, there are multiple public hearing and study sessions that occur going through the process between the board and the fiscal committee. Anything that was asked to be put into the budget or priced out during those sessions has occurred and has now advanced. And so if you've told us to take something out, and that happened in the September budget, those things have been taken out. I'm going to specifically walk through those when I show you what's in draft 2. As I mentioned before, in order to have as streamlined a process as possible, getting the best direction possible tonight so that we can prepare a budget that we believe will be adoptable from you all in November is really one of the main objectives of tonight's hearing. So we jump to the next slide. I think it's important to talk about what our assessment was last year and what the assessment that's shown in draft 2 is. And I think that's important because our budget last year should have had and has an assessment of $810. That's not actually what we charged all the membership. I think everybody here knows that. We actually charged everyone $763. And now a question has come up.
Sorry.
A question has come up, it's not me.
Go ahead.
It happens to me all the time.
Director Petrine, you're out of order. Literally.
I did, and it didn't help. It's okay, it's done.
We good? Okay.
Yep.
So a question has come up. Draft 1 of the budget was showing an assessment of $872. I knew, and this of course included all the items that the board had asked to be potentially priced out and put into the budget. I knew at that time that number was not a number that we really wanted to advance. We showed $700,000 of one-time cash being infused into the budget, which showed an assessment, again, somewhat artificially lower at $840. Draft 1, just as a point of reference, was really at $872. After all the board changes, and I'm going to talk about what those are on the next slide, your current draft assessment is at $857 with no cash infused at all. One of my biggest objectives is to get away from what people affectionately refer to as a cash buy down. I think that generally artificially masks the true cost of doing business in RA. I do think, though, if there are one-time things that you want to fund or give money back to the members that have a defined start and end date, those are worth discussing because we are sitting on a cash reserve that could be given back to the members in the form of some kind of financial strategy that doesn't increase the assessment year over year. But again, for a defined period of time as compared to just taking $1 million to make the number look better or whatever you would all like it to be. And happy to talk about that. But for now, we're aiming towards a budget that has an assessment that does not use a cash buy down. That will correct the trajectory and the course of the cost of doing business at RA. And you may recall in the first budget presentation, we talked about truing up revenue where we had potentially been underestimating revenues for years leading to that surplus, as well as taking a hard look at a number of the expenditure line items. So that truing up already occurred in draft one. That's important because we think we'll be closer on the number in terms of the overall effect over the course of a year going forward than maybe we have been in the past. So if we jump to the next slide, these are the things that changed between draft one and draft two. At the end of your discussion last time, we pulled out the $120,000 in CARF for the ADA playground. We decided that it was very unlikely that we would spend that money in 2024. We think it's more likely that it would be a 2025 item. There's a lot of reasons for that. There's a siting discussion. There'll be work with PRAC likely. But another component is that that's a joint project with Friends of Reston, and there may very well be a capital campaign that's going to occur in 2024. So we decided it was the most appropriate thing just to pull that out because we're not likely to spend the money. There were a couple of things that happened in the 10-year average of the draft RRF contribution. There were changes to Golf Course Island that were discussed in August, I believe, at one of the hearings, and then some changes to Ridge Heights. Both projects remain on our list through maintenance appropriate things and what the reserve study contemplates. But I think as everyone knows, sometimes when we decide to do a pool project, we budget for additional monies, assuming that we will make enhancements and improvements. We left plenty of flexibility when we pulled that money out to do all of the maintenance needs that are necessary for those pools. But that had the net effect of lowering the RRF contribution. And then the biggest thing there is taking out the $700,000 in cash. So mechanically, where we put that money, if you decide to do a cash buy down, is showing revenue of $700,000, which offsets things. So those were the big moves that occurred, and that's how you go from 872 to 857. So as we move on, and we'll just jump past the pause for questions. There are a couple of main buckets that I want to speak to tonight, because I think there have been some questions, and I want to talk about where we're at on those things. And we've given you information, in your packet. I think the main goal, even though there hasn't been direction from the board, is taking a look at the overall budget and an assessment of $857, and is that number still too large relative to the $763 that we charged last year? Anticipating that you all may want to talk about that, and again, without a goalpost completely to aim for, we want to give you plenty of options, and I'm looking at options that give you big buckets to look at. Of course, there are scenarios where you take $500 here or $1,000 there. To give you an idea, every $21,000 plus or minus is $1 on the assessment. So to look at a $40 assessment, you're looking at $800,000 either in positive revenue or lower expenditures or both. So when I looked at the big buckets, staffing and FTEs is a topic that routinely comes up. We have 6 vacant FTEs right now, and I'll walk through those on the next slide. Just to remind everybody, the new FTEs, in the first budget, I suggested that we take out a communications manager position and a staff accountant position. My commitment to the board and to the community is that we are constantly looking at efficiencies and the staffing model and how we do that. And then proposing 3 new FTEs, specifically, which are the chief financial officer, converting from a virtual CIO to a director of IT, and then a land use planner position. That I think we're all now talking about that through the lens of advocacy, but nonetheless setting aside a full-time person in the budget to be able to do whatever the board decides it wants to do with that function. Now, if we go to the next slide, that's a net 1 add of FTE. There are 6 positions in the organization that are currently vacant. The CFO and the director of IT, I believe, are absolutely necessary, probably under any circumstance. I did not put these on the slide for consideration tonight. Certainly you have the financial metrics in the packet. Happy to talk about those too. I am, however, putting up these four positions. These are the all-in numbers for what it would take to fund the position plus benefits. So it's just an easier way of doing the math. Even they appear in different line items in the budget and their corresponding assessment impact. There are, of course, impacts to the service model, depending on if you want to make a move and reduce the expenditures in our salary line item for certain services, going out the back end. And they're not all completely the same. So I'm happy to talk about individual positions and where efficiencies may happen if you want to remove 1 or 2 of those. The fiscal committee specifically did recommend, and you see that in our packet, that the board consider and remove at least 1, and they threw out 2 as the high end for positions in the staffing model as a cost saving measure in the budget. And there's some more specific language in the packet on that.
Director Guevich, if you can hold.
And then the next part of the staffing model, go to the next slide.
I'll recognize you first, sir.
Yeah, is the lifeguard increase. There have been 0 comments on this to date, other than we want to make sure we get lifeguards. We think it's a relatively small number at $90,000 across all lifeguards. We think this would have a significant impact in terms of our operational model if we didn't move forward with the increase here. So we remain strongly recommending that this move through. And then if we keep moving along, the next big bucket, where are we? So the next big bucket is revenue. And in considering revenue, there are a couple ways we can go about doing that. There has been discussion of the recreation pass revenue, and that's come up at every board study session. We are continuing to show, and this draft budget shows $400,000 less in revenue than we showed last year. That's about $20 or so on the assessment. The reason we are doing that is we are anticipating giving those passes out to our RA members. And it's obviously, though, the single biggest revenue thing. So if the board wanted to look at adjusting the assessment downward, one way to do that would be to add that revenue back in, and then obviously we'd be generating more positive revenue and charge the members less. Now, part B of this is, at the fiscal committee, there was discussion for the first time in earnest about a different option, which would be to increase non-member pass fees again. So you may recall last year we had a fairly substantial increase in non-member pass fees. Generally speaking, it was the first time a significant increase in non-member pass fees in some time. I will mention in broad brush strokes that we saw a realization of more revenue from last year to this year, which would indicate that the elasticity of demand is there to make another similar increase. A little bit more granular look at that, however, though, is that the all-in pass fee, meaning the pools and racket sports, we saw actually an increase in total number of pass holders for those. That's where most of money is generated. We saw a substantial decrease in the pickleball tennis only pass. So without getting into the granularity, if the board was interested in looking at raising non-member pass fees again and wanted to give that direction, we believe there's room there to grow the revenue number. And when we get to the end, and if you want to talk about that, Laura and Peter are ready to talk about some of those things. We put this up just to give you a sense of what happened. We don't have apples to apples across all these different line items because we combined certain passes last year. So it's not as if we can go 22, 23, 24. It's really what do we think is going to happen between 23 real and 24. And as I mentioned, we think there's some room there to add revenue into the budget. And we'll answer questions when we get to the end on that. And then moving on, we'll move into the CIP. I'm going to hand this off to Peter to walk you all through. As introductory comments, we had a robust discussion. Bob, Dave Kerr, the head of the fiscal committee, myself, talking about the future of our CIP program and what we call the spend, meaning how much money we're likely to spend in each year of the next 10-year average, and therefore its impact in year one, so starting next year. We think this is the single biggest place, if we're going to make a move, that you could make a move to lower the assessment outside of using cash. We think there's good logic to doing that. We're going to have Peter speak to that, and I'm sure Bob can speak to the fiscal committee and their thoughts. They did make a recommendation to look hard at this line item. So I'm going to have Peter walk through our thoughts on how that part works.
Thanks, Mac. Just quickly here, what you're seeing on the screen is the updates from Budget 1 to Budget 2 for RRF and CARF. You'll see that there is a decrease in RRF and CARF contributions, and you're probably wondering why is the capital contribution overall more than it was in the first budget, and that's because the cash reserve buy down typically shows up here. So that's why that might look a little funky, but the changes are there is a decrease from RRF and CARF from Budget 1 to Budget 2. The major drivers for that were, as Mac mentioned, Golf Course Island from the 10-year average that stems from the joint session in August, and then Ridge Heights was removed from the 10-year average following Budget 1. Ridge Heights was kept in RRF from what I would call a maintenance capital perspective to replace all the systems that make the pool function, but this is not a complete replacement of the pool. And then again, as Mac mentioned, the ADA playground has been moved from 24 to 25 pending some siting work that will be done with both the community and with PRAC and some continued work with Friends of Reston. Following board member feedback from Budget 1, there's also been 3 projects that are currently sitting in 2025 CARF. That's Lake Audubon Heating, the Lake and Trail Connection, and the Goat Path Conversion, or as I've deemed it, the Travis Trail. That's what staff seem to know it as of right now. So if we could move to the next slide, please. As Mac mentioned, there has been significant conversation regarding the contribution to RRF in 2024. When we talk about RRF, there are really 3 numbers that we talk about. That is the spend or the expense for that year, the 10-year contribution, and the minimum balance number. When we look at the actual spend and the 10-year contribution for 2024, that's a $1.1 million delta. As Mac mentioned, again, over the years, there has been a difference in the spend and the 10-year average. So if we look at this as a budget save for 2024, there's a little table here on the screen that indicates what that assessment impact is. So there is a significant conversation to be had regarding between a $350,000 and $1 million decrease in RRF funding in 2024 as an impact to the assessment. This is also stemming from multiple conversations that I think will be had in 2024 regarding sort of a new look at the CIP and how we look at projects and where they're placed based on engineering, based on zoning, based on the community survey, based on a number of factors. So in looking at this may be the time for 2024 to take a look and say, let's take a break on this, on the 10-year average funding, maybe fund it at a lower rate, impact the assessment in a positive way, and look to have a new CIP conversation for 2025. So moving on to the next slide, please. At the fiscal committee meeting last week, there was a request to talk about canceled projects and positive variances. So this is just a quick snapshot of canceled projects in 2023. We can move on here as well. And then again, conversation at fiscal about carry forward. So these are projects that were budgeted in 23 that will move on to 2024 for a variety of reasons. And then as we move on again, please. So looking at projected savings and positive variances, we think that there is about $130,000 that could be used to offset either the assessment or the CARF RRF contribution in 2024. While that is not the full amount of variances, this is money that we think, based on projects that are canceled or that are fully complete, we feel could be used in that way. So moving on, just to touch base very quickly on projects that were proposed by board members. The Lake and Trail Connection is an estimated cost of around $35,000. There are lots of questions regarding what this might look like, including underground utilities, VDOT, and other items. LARCA is also included in that conversation, but we do have a number here, and we could move forward with getting this moving should the board make that decision. The next slide is the heating of Lake Audubon Pool. We are currently holding $75,000 in 2025 CARF for this. We know that there's gas in the road. The gas line runs through the road. We know that it can get to the pump room. There would be some decisions that would have to be made, but we are currently holding $75,000 for this project based on board direction. And then lastly, on the goat trail, Travis, I'd like to thank you. This got me out of the office and I was able to walk it earlier this week, so thank you for that. There are multiple utility easements that run under this natural trail, including gas, electric, data, multiple easements. So we don't think this is a budget conversation. If we were to do anything here, this is something we could do out of CSF. So I don't think this is a capital conversation tonight. But Travis, we should talk separately about next steps here. And that wraps up the CIP slides and I think the budget presentation. So I'll turn it back over to Matt.
So I'll just wrap up with, as we get into the discussion of how you'd all like to progress, we're at 8:57 right now. We were taking a look at this and assuming that there would be a desire to be somewhere down in the low 800s, just as a number, which is 5% more than what we charged everybody last year. Just to give a sense, because we should have been at 810, if we get to a number between 810 and 825, that's a $10 assessment change on what last year's assessment really was, because we bought it down. And I think there are ways to get there if that's the desire of the board through any of the topical areas we covered tonight. And of course, we are sitting in a very strong cash position, as well. So if you all decide you want to go down that road again, we can talk about how much money we have if you prefer to do that as well. So with that, those and our remarks, and we're happy to answer questions and or help you through this.
Director Gurwitch, you had questions, and Director Flashman?
Wanted to bring it back up to staffing and FTEs. So in the board packet, that's slide 217. I just wanted to clarify for my sake, what I understood was that there are 3 new FTEs built into budget draft number 2. That is the CFO, the Director of IT, and the Land Use Planner. Now, if we go to the next slide, on a, it should be one more up.
There you go. So you got it right, and then the
The
next
next
slide
slide.
shows the vacant FTEs.
Right, okay. So on the assessment impact here, the removal of land use planner would have it would drop the current assessment to 850, correct? Everything else would be an increase to the assessment with the number listed to the right.
No, actually, so in general, when we say assessment impact, if you were to pull it out of the budget, because it's currently in it, but wherever you see a term assessment impact, it's a subtraction number because they're already in the budget.
But on a slide previous, we just determined that there were only 3 positions that were included in the draft budget.
These are already in 23 budget.
Already there?
Yes.
Okay.
So they're holdovers from 23 into 24. We're only net 1 FTE new.
So anything that we were to remove from this slide here would have a positive impact on the assessment, basically lowering the impact on the assessment.
Yes.
Okay. That's great to know, because I did not put 2 and 2 together there. Thanks.
Mr. Fleshman?
I am a bit mystified as to why, and I read what you put as a defense for the removal of the environmental director. But the environmental director position has been open for 2 years. It is a position that was approved by the board 2 years ago. And it is, I do not believe that your assessment that present personnel can handle what was envisioned for the job description of the environmental director. It is far too broad. They don't have the authority that the environmental director would have, and they would not be, with what they have as a job now, they're fully occupied, and they're not going to be able to absorb and do the kinds of things that I think are essential for the benefit of the association, particularly in the face of climate change and other things that we may be facing, and how we can adapt to that, counteract it in terms of its impact, and also reduce our footprint, our carbon footprint. Those things are not going to happen with present staff. They're too busy with the just management of things that are ongoing. And I think that those are essential elements for the future, and if you do not start laying the groundwork for those now, we're already behind the 8 ball, and we will be further behind. And every year it becomes more and more difficult to catch up. So I would argue that that position in particular is essential and should not be dropped. With regard to the Audubon pool, I just want to make one observation, and that is the actual direction from the staff, from the board, was, and you can find it on page 4 of the September 28th minutes, was that they just come back with the cost of heating the pool, rather than a direction to heat the pool. So that, in my mind, remains an open question for the board to answer, rather than assuming that it was answered already with a direction to do.
Yeah, that's correct, Erwin. I apologize. We parked it in 25 because we were absolutely sure it was not moved to directly put into this year's budget.
Okay.
So we were anticipating that. I'm sorry if we weren't as clear in our comments. We need direction from the board to put it into the budget.
Okay.
Director Perry, then Director Petrine, then Director Johnson.
Thank you. This kind of follows along with Erwin's with process there. Thank you, Erwin. That was a good lead. I also read the information you provided regarding the different positions that we currently have open, you suggest we have open, or ones that maybe we have open that you suggest maybe we could do without. And one of the things that occurred to me, and I was curious, has there been thought of combining the environmental director along with the land use planner, since both of those would be dealing with advocacy and moving forward, and therefore you're utilizing that person potentially to the best of their ability?
Yeah, thanks for the question. There has not been any thought around the combination of that. The land use planner position, assuming it stays purely land use, is a fairly specialized field, particularly in dealing with issues that are procedural and, working with Fairfax County and so forth. The environmental director position and the desire to have a senior leadership position, which I do fully understand, Erwin, in terms of the staffing model, that position would give greater voice both internally and externally. And we have created a work group to underneath that in our current organizational model, because the board actually has funded it, to Erwin's point. And we're currently recruiting for the position, but it is vacant. So no, I don't think they can realistically be combined, into one. Yeah.
Let's see, Director Petrini.
I thought it would be appropriate at this point to bring up the fiscal committee's recommendation as to staffing positions. The fiscal committee supports staff in its effort to restructure, modernize the organization, but the committee also believes that adding several senior positions in 1 year is not the best financial decision, and would recommend that at least 1 or 2 positions be delayed either partially, in other words, well into the year, which, given the recruitment process, is
Are
fairly
you going to read what we
extensive.
have in our package? I hope not.
Just the recommendation.
Okay.
I'm finished in about 5 more sentences, in one more sentence. In fact, I'm done. With that,
Only that we have it in the package, and
well,
we've
it
got a-
is
we've got a
one
long
thing to
night
have it
ahead.
in the package, and another thing to get it on into the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you to Director Perry for asking the question about the land use and environmental director. That was actually on my relatively long list of questions, so she knocked it out and made this shorter. So firstly, you said that we were looking at the land use person through the lens of advocacy. Can you kind of expand on that, please?
Sure. At the August study session, the board asked for, and is actually you, Mr. Johnson, to consider an advocacy position. As we look at the land use planner position, there are a number of things that could be technical just in land use, but that position could also take on some of those other broader intergovernmental kinds of things. But we haven't yet had are we going to have a land use committee or not? Yes, no, what are its roles and responsibilities going to be to adequately say this is exactly what you need for that function.
Mm-hmm.
So I plugged in a number that would give us a senior enough person that the board would have flexibility in deciding what services it wanted to offer.
Okay. There's just to build on what you said, that I brought that up. The advocacy role, that was not how I envisioned the role, was in conjunction with land use. And I think I provided you with a job description of what I thought that person would look like. I'm not sure the two would blend that closely. My next question is about the number of lifeguards. Could we go back to that slide, please?
It's the next one down, just for whoever's.
Awesome. So does this take into account more lifeguards? Like $90,000 takes into account hiring additional lifeguards as well? If so, how many?
We'll bring up Ms. Kowalski. I'm sure she has it committed to memory.
Everybody looks.
Yeah.
As we all look expectantly at Laura. No pressure.
So this gives us a staffing goal of 250 lifeguards, and this is based on the hours that are budgeted for 2023, plus the addition of Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood pools being open. So adequately staffing for last year, those 2 facilities is included in this budget. And the reason I can't give you a specific number on the number of lifeguards is because some may work 20 hours a week, some may work 10, some may work 40. So we're assuming that this 250 hours is based on an average of hours worked typically for the staff over the summer.
Okay. Okay.
Director Perry.
I just want to ask a follow-up question, Laura. On that 250 hours for lifeguards based on X, Y, and Z that you just explained, I just want to make sure that includes the, what I hope is no longer extended hours or length of time, and that is just something we're doing moving forward that we adopted last year.
Yes.
Is that included in this?
That's included in here.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you asking my follow-on questions.
Yeah,
That's
I'm so
fantastic.
sorry.
No, there's nothing to apologize for. I appreciate the fact
Director
that we're
Johnson,
working
I owe
together.
you an apology. I thought you were done.
No, not at all, not at all. I do really appreciate that we're all on the same page. And then also, we discussed the non-member and visitor passes. Are they the same thing? Or maybe we didn't mention visitor passes, but I know we mentioned non-member passes. Are they the same as visitor passes?
So there are a few different categories of passes. There's member, there's non-member, and then there are guests. And guests can accompany a member or a non-member for a fee.
Okay. Okay. My last question is, will I get a name sign on the GO Path?
It's certainly up for discussion as long as we don't have to rip up any of the utilities underneath.
Great,
Got a
thank
little
you.
label maker.
Director McCarr?
Mike, if we have discussed this in previous sessions, meetings, discussions, I apologize in advance, but in looking at these
Can you
numbers.
pull the mic a little closer?
Yes, in looking at these numbers, specifically, there's one slide on staffing and FTEs. What about facilities? What about building? And with what we went through with COVID and the number of people maybe teleworking or spending just limited amount of time in the office, many other organizations are looking at future work, and they're basically reducing their footprint, building footprint. Is that a consideration as you think about these things? Because I think there might be some savings. If we've talked about this before, again, I apologize.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that, especially for the rest of the board. Yes, that's absolutely a consideration, but from a '24 budget standpoint, it's not likely to have an impact. So our biggest expenditure from a physical place is this building, and we're under lease for several more years. Deciding what to do after that point is the biggest budgetary consideration for us. Our other staff down at CSF or Nature House are, in facilities that we own.
If I may follow up, I think one of the things that we need to do with the membership, and especially when we present numbers like these, which kind of look compared to last year, you're looking at 763, 857, 843, 800s, and so on. I think we need to make sure that we explain the rationale and what it involves and so on as part of an education process. That's very important in terms of public hearings and other things, because I know I've had conversations with some others in other areas. Certainly Ashburn is a good example. The dues over there tend to be much higher than what we have here. This is just for comparison and the kind of services and amenities that they have. In some areas, they tend to be comfortable. In some areas, Reston is better. But I think there's something to be said about kind of explaining to the membership so that they can understand why these numbers are the way they are.
Any other comments? I have many, so I beg your indulgence. I may ask for board action on several of these. Mr. Lusk, you gave us a list today of a number of completed and/or canceled projects that would generate a substantial amount of triple RF money that could be counted toward the contribution to triple RF. Do you have that slide available for us?
Should be one more right there or the next.
No, it was a long one.
Might be the
Mr.
next,
Lusk.
this might be the next
CIP
slide.
carry forward?
Nope, there you go. That's what you're looking
No,
for.
there was a different slide, sir.
There's one before that. Is
No, it's not in this package.
Oh,
It's in the other.
I do. Yep.
It's in the other one.
Yep.
Can we get that up on the screen?
Oh,
Because I was going to move or to ask unanimous consent to defund those capital expenditures that are completed or canceled, and to direct that those funds go into CARF. And I'm seeing people's head nod up and down, but we got to have it in the minutes. So I'd like to get them up on the screen so that the membership can see it, and I can comply with that. Is there a way to get that up there? Yeah, I'm going to keep the floor for a few minutes. Director Flashman.
Just one other question.
Can we get that up?
Brittany's working on it. Yep.
Okay. Director Flashman, you had a question?
are all of those funds definitive? Or are some of them contingent upon?
As I understand it, Mr. Lusk, all of those projects have been completed and/or canceled. Am I misunderstanding anything?
So I'm going to look to Chris to confirm this for me, but we feel confident in that $130,000 number that was on the screen before in the presentation, that those projects have been closed out or canceled.
Is that the sum of all of those on the list, or are there sums that you want me not to include in that request for unanimous consent?
So that number that he just provided is the net total of the positive variance left from the completed and canceled projects. So that is the value that's available, yes.
My understanding is the board needs to act in order to make that effective.
I would say you could act on it, yes, but otherwise it would just generally go back into the RRF unencumbered or whatever account originated from otherwise.
Okay, that's not it. But all the members of the board got that package. Yes, that's right.
Scroll down on that
Right.
document.
I
Just
think
keep
that's,
scrolling.
no, it's not that document.
Yeah, it is at the bottom. It's at the bottom.
Yep, there you go.
There you go, that's it. That's what I was looking at. Thank you. Okay. So I'm asking unanimous consent of the board to defund the capital expenditures for those items that are canceled or completed as shown on the chart on the screen. Is there any objection?
May I?
Is there any objection?
Yes.
Great. Now
Really
I
quick.
need a motion. Do I have a motion to defund all of the matters on? So moved by Director Johnson. Is there a second? Director Dodd, seconds. Director Petrini, you want to speak to the motion?
Yes. If the project is completed, you don't need to cancel it, it's done.
Well, except for the fact that we don't, I'm advised that we need a board action on this. I
Okay.
saw that in the package, that we
Okay.
need a board action. I want the board action so it's clear that we're sending the money back.
Can we have council's opinion as to whether or not we need?
I'm looking at the package. The package said we needed board action.
We don't need?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I wouldn't have done it otherwise.
No, I just wanted to have it.
I'm not doing debate on the motion.
Just a clarification, the total amount was, what did you say, about 137?
So if you scroll down to the bottom of that table a little bit further, I'm sorry, there's actually the total right there. But yes, the total sum there, once you, okay, I'm sorry. The first line. If you net it all out, the positives and negatives, you end up with that net number, and that was that $130,000 number. Yep.
Debate on the motion.
I have a question.
Question, Director Flashman.
Is defund the proper word, or can you simply say the remainder of those funds, as they stand now, should be transferred to RRF?
I'm using the verb that was in the board package, Director Flashman. If there's another verb you'd prefer, I really don't think we need to spend a whole lot of time on this. It's a bookkeeping exercise. Any further debate? I'm okay.
With the defunct word?
Any further debate on the motion? All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous of all those present and voting. Okay, that's one down. Question on the business development manager. That position is currently vacant. That position was created with the expectation that there would be fundraising involved and that the position would basically pay for itself. I understand that there is a function of supporting Friends of Reston. I'm wondering if we can encourage you, instead of having an FTE in that spot, to use a part-timer in that spot and to reduce the budget by $120,000. And if you need a motion, I'll make it, but I want to hear about that.
Yeah, I believe, so backing up a little bit, the board may recall, you directed me earlier in the summer to remove the revenue expectations from that position. Since that point, meaning that the future of that position did not have the expectations around the sponsorship that John was referencing, but that's true. That's how the position was first created. Status quo would be a position that doesn't include that sponsorship expectation. If the question is, could we go to a part-time person, I believe yes, we could. And I think, though, we don't have that funded anywhere else. So rather than a full $120,000 reduction, I think the question would be, what less than that would make sense? I do think we need someone to really help Friends of Reston and provide the administrative support and help with the executive director role. I think in conjunction with that, if we went down that road, there's probably a slightly larger leadership presence for myself or Peter or Laura or some combination thereof. We get into capital campaigns, and things like that. That becomes a leadership kind of thing, so.
So, if I might, I'll be happy to come back to you, Director Flashman. What we wound up with in that position was support for Friends of Reston, right?
Generally.
And I don't know that Friends of Reston, you and I both serve on the board of Friends of Reston, and I'm having difficulty imagining that we can't provide that function without spending $120,000. And I'd like us to be thinking about making a change on that line item in the budget going forward. Do you need board direction to do that?
I do. And I certainly can put together a recommendation for you all what a part-time person would look like there.
Can I have a motion to that effect, please?
So move.
Director Flashman moves, Director Johnson seconds.
Yeah.
Debate.
No. Prior to the creation of that position, the support that was given to Friends of Reston was from the director of the Nature Center. And she worked closely with the people from Friends of Reston in giving them administrative support. She didn't go out and fundraise, and that was not her job, but she did provide administrative support. And whether the person who currently directs the Nature Center is the appropriate person for that purpose, I don't know, but that doesn't have to be the Nature Center director.
Director Johnson.
What are the business development manager's responsibilities? What are their responsibilities?
Now.
Currently, yes.
So now there are two main buckets, if you will. There's all the Friends of Reston work, which is pretty independent of RA and working with their board's needs. And then the other main component is working with Laura and team around events and sponsorships. And to the questions before, we had not hit the revenue targets out of that portion the last year or two.
Okay.
So it's been a pretty even split, half one and half the other. Now, of course, it ebbs and flows. Some of the Friends work, the week of the 5K, that's a much bigger Friends component than, some other week, so.
Just a quick follow-on. When you say support Friends of Reston, what does that mean? Is it administrative support? Is it, subject matter expertise? What does it mean?
Currently, it had been a little bit of all of that. So much like this board meeting, they have a board meeting. Now, obviously, they have much less topical area and much less budget and other things. But putting together all of those agendas and working with the board and then executing and doing the work behind the scenes. And a lot of that is coordination with our RA staff because Friends wants to do an event, but we help subsidize the, like the 5K and we get our rec staff out and doing it. So a lot of that sort of thing. And then putting together materials. So if we do the capital campaign, for example, somebody's got to actually do all the behind the scenes.
So just trying to visualize this a bit better. This person would be Friends of Reston's equivalent of what Brittany does for our board, or the equivalent of what you do for our board?
I think the Friends of Reston board would probably say the equivalent of what I do for your board. The total amount of work, though, and the actual things they're dealing with are not the same as running the whole of RA. So I would put it more akin to the current role plays the role of a department director at RA. And I think what I am suggesting is we could potentially save money and go to a part-time person that is doing more of the work and then pick up the leadership part through some combination of our leadership. And it'd be a cost-saving measure.
Thank you.
Director Juszczyk, then Director Perry, then, Director Dodd? Director Juszczyk.
I was just trying to make sure you saw.
Thank you, Director Dodd. Director Juszczyk, you had your hand up. Welcome. I'm sorry for your travails.
Sorry, guys, I got off the plane and got here as fast as I could. I have a series of motions, if that's okay.
I beg your pardon?
I have a series of motions regarding the budget, if that's okay.
Well, I'll be happy to get to you. I had a series myself, so how about we do it that way? Is that all right?
That sounds good.
Thank you so much.
I'll let you know.
Grand. And you had let me know, so I'm glad you were able to join us. Director Perry?
Thank you. This is in regards to the business development manager. you did mention the support of Friends of Reston, which I think was clearly covered. But the other piece of that was working for events for RA to help potentially bring in sponsorships and things like that with this beautiful Winterfest that you all are trying to make an annual event. Is this something that you see as a need going forward that is beyond what Laura and team can effectively manage with their current caseload? Or is this something that you see, okay, this business development manager really can be part-time and we'll just have them fill in these spots as needed?
I think the best answer to that question is expectations management. So if there's a continued desire to have a business development manager that's generating hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and therefore reducing the impact of the assessment, by large numbers, then we need someone there. If the question is, can we absorb some of the fundraising with expectations that look like, the Winterfest kinds of events or the things that we currently staff, we're looking at absorbing some of those things back into the rec department.
Any other debate on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
The motion is to direct the staff to eliminate the business development manager and to provide those functions on a part-time basis. So once again, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Director Jostek? Aye or nay?
Does on a part-time basis mean he's hiring a part-time person or within the current staffing?
I'm leaving that to our CEO as to how to figure that one out. But the point is,
Does it mean that we're defunding the budget by $120,000?
It's to come back with a number other than $120,000, that this is not going to be a full-time position. That's the motion. I'm trying to reduce the number of full-time FTEs consistent with the fiscal committee's thoughts. So can I have the ayes again? I have Director Mopar, Director Perry, Director Dodd, Director Greiwich, Director Flashman, Director Petrine. I need Director Justak. Are you an aye?
Aye, yeah.
Yep. And Director Johnson, how say you?
I say no.
Nay. Motion carries. The next item I have, and I want to put this to bed. It seems to me, unless somebody jumps up, that we have had a working consensus for more than 2 years to eliminate the pool passes for individual members. Now, if you want a motion on that, we'll make that motion. But I would hope that we don't have to go through that again, because I haven't heard anybody on this board say we want to continue charging members for pool passes when they're already paying 85% of the cost of running our pools. And that's been relatively consistent. But do you need a motion from us?
I'm not sure I would say I need a motion. It's shown in the draft budget.
I understand, but I keep hearing that, well, maybe we do, maybe we don't. And so I'm saying, that there had, the fiscal committee was, maybe we don't do it that year, this kind of thing. And so I'm trying to I don't want to hear back that there isn't clear instruction from the board to the staff on that question. Director Petrine, I need an answer to the question from the staff. Director Johnson, if you can give me a second.
Sure, if you'd like to make a motion so it's clear on one line item in the budget, we can take that direction.
Can I have a motion? Director Johnson.
I move that the pool and recreation passes be included in the assessment.
Second.
To eliminate
To eliminate these separate costs
for members.
for members.
And a second by Director Dodd. Discussion. Director Petrine.
I will mention that the fiscal committee had, as John has represented, had discussed this many times, and ideally thought that it either might be phased in or pushed off to another year, but There was no consensus, so we agree with the motion.
Director Perry?
I do apologize for this being my first board meeting regarding this current budget. I just want to confirm what this looks like for those renters. What does membership cards for all members look like for those people who are relying on the ownership of either their house, their townhouse, their apartment building to access that same level that you are saying that everyone gets? Because the other option is to lower the fee but keep the buy-in passes. So meaning instead of constantly raising it, you're looking at, here's your, pass for $10 or something, which by the way, we used to have 5, 6, 7 years ago. So I'm not suggesting that that motion be made, but I do want to make sure that the renters of Reston, who are absolutely positively members of this community and have rights within this community, are also looked after. Thank you.
So Director Perry, I can answer, I'll confirm this with the council, but tenants are members. And the motion is to eliminate member paying for passes. Council, I got that right?
Right.
Got it, all right?
Thank you.
And that was always the intention of the motion. So
Okay.
thank you for that clarity, and hopefully that the customer service folks don't get confused. Did I take a vote on this? Not yet. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that is unanimous of all those present and voting. Okay, so clarity on that. A couple more issues, and then Director Juszczyk, it'll be all yours. There has been, and there was extensive conversation at fiscal committee that we are giving non-members who want to buy a year-round pass for their family a bargain. Can we pull up that number? Do we have that? That effectively, and I thought this observation was well taken, that non-members are paying less to use our pools and tennis courts than members. And should we really be giving them a discount versus what our members pay? The all-access pass for pools is proposed at $522. I don't know what the right number is, but I don't know why that number would be less than what we charge our homeowners, what we charge our members. Why would we give non-members a discount over what our members are paying? And so I put that on the table for discussion, but the fiscal committee folks were quite adamant that, gee whiz, we're dropping the ball here, and we're giving people who aren't association members a break. And why are we doing that? And I'm happy to entertain a motion to raise the non-member all-access pass so that it is equal to whatever our assessment settles down at. Hang on. Do I have a motion? Do I have unanimous consent? What do I got? Okay, we got the gavel. I move to direct staff to increase the all-access recreational pass to the same value as our ultimate assessment. I need a second. Seconded by Director, you're in charge now.
Any discussion?
Can you clarify non-member, please, in your motion? Non-resident, I mean.
I'm recommending that we set the all-season family pass for the pools, the tennis, and the pickleball at the same level as the annual assessment. That's the motion. I have a second.
Go ahead. Director Johnson was first to speak.
Is there any way that we can determine exactly what that's going to look like for members? Like, but we understand what the new assessment is going to look like. So we're saying that we want to jack up that all-access pass from $522 to whatever the number is at the end. Okay.
This is for let me be clear, this is for non-members.
I think Director Perry was next.
Thank you. This is for staff, whether it's Mac, Laura, Peter, whomever. When looking at all that RA offers its members, which is extensive, obviously that includes more than just pools and courts. So I am curious if anyone has looked at what the actual number would be to match what members are paying for pools and courts alone, and therefore what that would look like. Because clearly, if a non-member is paying, let's say, $857, they're actually paying more than what our members are paying, which I'm not necessarily saying is a bad thing. I just am curious if the actual numbers have been run.
So the direct answer to your question is no. We have not broken out of the assessment how much of the assessment is attributable to recreational pass things compared to other things your assessment pays for, which includes a lot of maintenance, access to trails, nature, open space, a variety of different services. So that the answer to that question is no. But I would like to just reiterate as you're having this conversation, because I made some generic comments in the beginning. One of the things that we found from 22 to 23 is there's a tremendous amount of elasticity in the demand, particularly for the all-round, pool pass. You may recall last year we advised we might see a decrease in revenue because it would be too much. So we did about $72 or so increase in that particular pass and saw more people, more total purchases. There is a point in any 1 year, if you push the rate too much, it's too much in 1 year as compared to just continuing to increase the rate until you start to see a decline. So as you take this on, one business strategy may be, go with something less than where you ultimately want to be and start to see where the teeter-totter evens out. Because if you do a $300 increase in 1 year, you may see a lot of departures.
Since Director Johnson has already spoken up, Director Grooch, Mac hit on a number of my points, but I think the membership, just as much as the membership may be frustrated about the price, also the membership counts on that $250K roughly to come into our budget. And if we lose that substantially, if we drop that by 50%, then the membership will have to make up that difference. So we have to find that equilibrium, and by raising the non-resident membership over 50% of what it currently sits at, we lose the scientific ability to find what that equilibrium is, and we just know that we probably overshot. Most likely, it's not a guarantee, but most likely we overshot. So I agree with Mac's approach, where we find some sort of middle ground where we are raising, but we're not jumping to the current assessment.
Director Fleischman. I think one approach might be to look at what the competition is. And that was, I think, mentioned by Director Mapar earlier. In terms of surrounding communities and surrounding resorts, if you will, or other facilities that provide similar services, to understand what the competition is. And if we were to enter into that at a slightly lower level, we would be competitive. And I think it would probably be higher than the 550 that is being proposed. Where it would be, I don't know. I think you have to do the survey and then arrive at some conclusion. Obviously, if you're going to charge $857 for the year for that kind of pass, that's a big jump, number one. And number two, we are getting other kinds of services that go beyond what is being offered by the passes for that 857. So I don't know that the 857 is the number to use. And I'm not sure what the number is, but I think it doesn't have to be exactly what we are paying, because what you want to do is preserve the income and be competitive.
Director Dunn.
So I agree with Director Flashman that it is important to compare our pool passes, our recreation passes to other facilities, but I believe that was done last year when we made the increase that we did make. And so I believe that Ms. Kowalski probably has data left over from then, and we did not, as I recall from being a voting member of the board at that time, we didn't max out, we didn't come up to the level of some of the market competitors, and we've seen elasticity. So I would agree that an increase is in order, but not the full 300 and some dollars. So I would support a motion that would have an increase more like $150 a year over this year's cost.
Can I speak? Sure. So we do know what those numbers are.
Yeah.
And it's like $1,500 to join a pool club in the area. We saw that last year. So even if we increased it to $875, and I'm not wedded to that number, ladies and gentlemen. If someone wants to make an amendment after I finish speaking, I'd welcome that. My point only is Director Juszak has her hand up. You still have your hand up? Okay.
Yes.
I actually was going to make a motion to raise it to $1,000. No.
I hear you.
Because of what the competitors are charging. The competitors are charging more than $1,000. And I was hoping to provide an incentive for people to join RA to subject their townhouse or their session to the RA budget, to the RA covenants.
Oh.
Okay? So that's part of what I have in mind here.
Thank you.
A, and B is we're not in business to take care of the people who don't live in the association.
This is true.
Our job is to take care of the people in the association. And if the number of people who come and use our pools and tennis courts is diminished, more room for our folk. And that's not an inconsequential consideration. My original motion, I wrote it down. It says $1,000, okay? But I throttled back on that. But I think 522 ain't nearly enough for the use of 15 pools and 54 tennis courts and everything else that we provide to these non-members. And when they have a pass, if they're on the tennis court, our members can't be on the tennis court. And I don't get the idea of giving them a break. Director Juszak had her hand up. But if somebody wants to make a motion for a different number, I might go with that.
So I'm fine with supporting the motion to increase it, and it's part of the reason why I asked in my list of questions the revenue we're receiving from non-residents, which you guys have in your packet is about $245,000 a year, which is about $11 in assessment dollars, right? So we've been talking about bigger money than $11 in assessment dollars all budget season. So I'm fine if we lose 100% of that revenue next year because it's $11 on our members and it gives them greater access and it is a way for us to advocate for membership. My fear with this motion, however, is that it's not also increasing the all access individual, court access family, and court individual. So they're all going to move to just individual. And
Well, that was going to be the next motion.
Right, they're still going to get a break. So as long as we're increasing all of them, and to be honest, Jonna, I would prefer like a percentage increase. Like let's just do 60% across the board or something like that, because it gets them all up the same amount, and gets it close to probably where we'll land in assessments, somewhere between 55 and 60%.
As I said,
But I will vote for the motion as it is, but that would be my preference, is to just raise them across the board by a percentage.
Go ahead, Travis.
I agree that 522 isn't enough. And I don't know what an alternate number should be. However, I would prefer that we do some kind of gradual increase or some kind of, I hate even saying this because it sounds like we're just pushing it down the road, but some kind of study to determine, what number we can increase to that still enables us to retain or increase the $250K that we bring in. Because, looking back at the rest of the budget, that $250K is like 2 FTEs. So are we saying that, we don't need those, just 2 people off the top of our heads, the CFO and the director of IT, are we saying we don't need them? That we will swallow that cost in order, at the same time, we're just increasing, in order to just increase the price?
Director,
Go ahead. Thank you. I actually support Mac's comment about the gradual increase. I don't know what that number is, but I would say we need to put a cap in terms of the time required to reach to a point where it equals the fees for the membership. So it could be 2 years, could be 24 months, or 36 months. The bigger picture, however, that I want to mention is, remember, we still are thinking about 3,000 members coming into Reston who will not be paying dues. So they are non-members. We need to act on this fast, not in the order of next month, but we have to keep that in mind, because once we put this in place, on behalf of the members here, we're basically saying, if you're a member, you get to use the facilities, the amenities, the infrastructure. So we could use that as a means to actually approach the other 3,000 non-paying members.
Lori, did you comment?
I did. If you give me one moment, I'm going to propose that can I make an amendment to your motion?
You're free to.
All right, I've been invited to, basically. I'm going to ask that we increase the annual all-access fee to non-members up to $700, and I was going to figure out what percentage that is, because I agree with the concept of applying that percentage to all passes across the board.
So you might want to make a motion to increase the all-purpose, but can we have that back up again, please?
Yeah, please, it's gone to the different slide.
I don't know how we slipped.
Just ask her.
There, wait.
You might
Yes.
want to make a motion to increase the all-access, to amend the motion to increase the all-access recreational pass to $700.
34%.
That's
No,
34%.
34%. I mean, 34% across the board.
Increase the other to 34% across the board. That's your amendment.
Yes, 34% across the board.
Second.
Second.
Second by Director Perry.
Second by Director Juszczyk and
When Director Perry.
Perry and Parr. Go ahead.
Discussion.
Yes, discussion.
Can I amend your amendment?
I don't know, Ken.
May I appear?
You can
Can
ask
we
unanimous
discuss it?
consent.
Can
It
I
makes
get
it,
unanimous consent to, may I just do a clarification before I go deeper?
Yes, please.
I believe it's important for us to put a timeline. I believe it's important for us to put a timeline on this increase. It has to be a staircase. We don't want to do 135, 34% this year and then think about another one next year. If we want to kind of reach a place where the non-member fees equal the member fees, then we need to think about doing this in 2 years or 3 years or whatever time my preference would be 2 years. You follow what I'm saying?
So what amount are you proposing instead?
I'm saying, in addition to what you just said in terms of 35%, for next year, we do another 35% or 45% to bring it closer to the members, to the member fees.
So you're, okay.
That would be my
Can
addition.
I raise, the concern that I have is, is the board prepared to fail? And this be a catastrophe, both financially and from a perspective or marketing standpoint? If you are, I just raise it as an issue. So everybody's aware, you go into this, you say, we're going to increase this, and all of a sudden we not only have lost the money, but we've lost the respect of the surrounding community. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen, but I think you should at least consider.
Well, and can I ask for more clarification of your clarification? Because if we raise it 34% this year to 700, and then we raise it another 34% from that level for the next year, that would be 938. So that's, and I don't know where our assessment's going to be in the next year.
I'm not saying it has to be 35%. I'm trying to
The
bring them
additional,
close to
the
each
same
other.
dollar amount for the next year?
I would like us to consider getting more information about the distribution of passes. I think most of them are family members, but they should, that should be part of the consideration.
Do you want to give Johnson the gavel?
If we're still, if we're still in debate here, to piggyback off of Director Petrine's concept here, instead of necessarily maybe categorizing it as like the board failing, another way to think of it as if we do not receive this revenue, however unfair it might be to our membership, if we do not receive this revenue, we are basically in 1 year raising the price to go to our pools by $30 per member, because we are removing the passes, which is $18, and then we are removing another $12 of assessment money. And we will, in fact, in 1 year, to use our pools, be making our members pay for a pool pass at $30 per member. So like, that is what failure means. And you are negating the idea of the pool pass by creating another fee that's the same price of the pool pass. Another way to think of it, again, however unfair it might be, that is where we're at from a business decision perspective.
Director McCarr.
Can I ask a question to Director Graber? Are we in the business of providing recreational opportunities for non-members? Is that our business?
No. It is not our business, but we have a business that we are currently running. And to jar that business at such a degree that we mess up our finances, it doesn't mean that we can't remove our position, but you have to remove your position in such a strategic way that you do not crumble your position. And that is what we are basically saying if we are to do this all in one fell swoop.
Can I try to ask another question? Is there a reason why you believe that increasing the fee by 37% is somehow going to crash our position? I'm trying to understand where that data comes from.
We have seen in 1 year, by raising it, what was it, 25%? What did we do? Excuse me, the 22 to 23 was a what increase?
Percentage increase.
From 450 to 522. $72, which is roughly a 40% increase, right? So we saw that go down by 10%. That's all we know, is that we lost 10% of the population of people that had been buying. So we raise it another 40%. We at least could estimate another 10% of people decide not to go. But we don't know, right? Just as we don't know. So no, we are not in the business of providing subsidies for folks outside of this community to use our facilities. But we are running a business, and we have to make smart business decisions to help to not hurt our membership anymore.
Director Dodd.
The change between 2022 and 2023 increased our revenue from 202,000 to 246,000. So we may have lost a few individuals, but our members, our residents within RA benefited because they didn't pay, there was $44,000 that they didn't have to pay in additional assessment. So this is not going to crash our business. Our business is to be Reston Association and serve our members and to encourage those who are coming into Reston and who will, to become Reston Association members themselves. So I'm actually inclined to accept Mr. Mapar's, what was it, amendment to schedule a 2-year increase to, by 34% or 33% this year, and then 33% the following year.
Is there unanimous, you have to get unanimous consent to add that amendment?
Is there unanimous consent to add the amendment?
No.
No, then somebody needs to make the motion to amend the amendment.
Is there a motion to amend the amendment?
I have a motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
I have a motion to replace the current motion on the table.
Okay. Can we act on the first motion, then?
Wait a minute. What's the nature of your motion? Is it point of order, Mr. Acting Vice President? What's the nature of your motion?
To try to get everybody who's talking around the table into a motion I think we'll all agree to.
So.
And I'm happy to say the motion, and you guys can, go back if you don't like it. Or,
so,
but I think it gets us to where we've been talking about.
So you may have a motion in the nature of a substitute, but why don't you go ahead and say what you have on your mind, and we'll try and craft it in a way that gets it acted on.
So my motion was going to be to increase all non-resident recreation passes by 35% in 2024 and set the non-resident all-access pass to the 2025 member assessment rate and then apply the same percentage increase to all the other pass levels.
I would accept that.
That's a substitute motion to the pending motions. That's what that would be. So her proposal is a substitute for all the motions that we have pending. You need a second.
Can I second that? Or Mr. McCarr would, yes.
So the substitute motion is a 35%
I'm happy to
increase.
read it again if you want.
That's okay.
I think we got
I think we got it.
No, I would love for her to read it again.
Okay.
Please, Jen.
Motion to increase all non-resident recreation passes by 35% in the 2024 budget and set the non-resident all-access pass to equal the 2025 member assessment rate, and then apply the same percentage increase to all of the other pass levels.
And it was seconded by Director Beck.
Yeah.
Is there any more discussion?
Director Perry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Bio break? Well, that too. But I really just had one question for staff. Does staff have any recommendation on what percentage they feel would be appropriate, for lack of a better word?
Yeah, I'd like Peter to comment on that. So this just surfaced as an idea last Wednesday. So we've been at this for about 8 days now. We have some back of the napkin sketches of what we think that could look like. I think the key value judgment that's coming up is, are we okay if non-members simply go away? And how big an increase could that be before that happens? And if the answer to that question is yes, then the number probably doesn't matter because we're okay with that. If, however, we are concerned, and Trevor's hitting on some points there, if that's the sentiment of the board, it would be important for you all to know that we saw within those numbers you see up there, so we lost 742 to 673, that represents 70 some odd lost pass holders. The lion's share of those are in racket passes, so percentage increase in that particular area is likely to have a corresponding decrease. We did not see elasticity in that at all. People stopped. We saw an increase in all access passes, which is why you see the increase in revenue. So, and then Peter took a look at, with Laura, on what some of those numbers might be, and you can talk about that.
Sure, so just to piggyback on what Mac was saying, what we know is that we think there's some room to grow in the all-access pass because of what that gets folks when they come to visit RA. We do know that people left RA from a court perspective because of the raise in that price. There are many places to play racket sports, and so we just know that we lost racket participants from a non-member perspective, and that more people were prone to buy the all-access pass. In looking at some of the potential increases, our recommendation was going to be to hold on the court pass, but do increase the all-access pass to around the same number from 22 to 23 as an experiment for going into 24 and then revisiting again for 2025.
So another $80.
So that, just to be clear, around $600 would be our recommendation for the all-access pass.
I have some questions and then an observation, if I may. How crowded are the tennis courts?
So that's a great question. We just had this conversation internally, and one of the things that you find specifically when it comes to racket sports, the demand conversation tends to be around the fact that most people that play racket sports want to play at the same times. So when you look at folks that want to play in the morning, they only want to play in the morning. People that want to play after work always want to play after work. So when you have the conversation about demand, it's a strange conversation because people want to play when they want to play. It doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't other places to play. So to answer, I don't have a great answer for your question, Erwin, but I do know that demand typically stems from people wanting to play either before work or after work, or if they're retired at the times that they like to play.
So, but my question was really directed at what the people from outside compared to people inside. Is there a big press for competition in terms of what our people want versus outside people?
I don't think so. I would ask Laura if she would want to comment on that, but I don't think so. I think when you look at, especially on the racket sports side, people play in groups. Members, non-members will play together, so it's the same demand conversation whether they're members or non-members.
Okay. So I feel that really we need to have some experience in terms of what happens in 24 with the increase in price. I'm uncertain about whether it should be applied to the racquetball pass as opposed to the full pass. But I don't want it applied in the, now, presetting what it should be in 2025, because I think we have to have a good understanding of what happens when we do it now. And then make a decision in the fall, a year from now, about what should happen. Because we'll have more experience, we'll have a better understanding of what the risks may be, and also what the competition has done. So we'll be better positioned to understand what we should do, if anything.
Director Dodd.
So the thing is that it really, whether we lose this aspect, we lose tennis passes completely, that's not our main business. Our main business is helping Reston Association members who pay our assessments. And going ahead and making a 2-year statement can strengthen our case as we go to new developments and say, come on, join Reston Association. Have all your residents join Reston Association. It's a better deal than you will get otherwise.
Director Johnson and Director Goodrich.
I agree that this isn't our primary business, but it's a line of revenue that allows us to do our primary business, which is to take care of our members. And yes, I see that we got more revenue with fewer people the last time we tried this. That doesn't necessarily mean that another large leap will have the same effect. And I'm not willing to gamble that it will have that same effect. Because again, I go back to both what I said and what Trevor have said, that the revenue that we see there has correlations to activities that we want to do. We want to hire to multiple FTEs. You know, we won't be able to do that with minus $250,000, just saying that it's minus $250,000. We also will be increasing the amount that our members have to pay if we do those things and still lose that line of revenue. So my concern is not that our business is to sell our services to non-members. My concern is that losing that line of revenue will prevent us from doing our work for our members.
$11.
Trevor.
Yeah, first, I agree with what Erwin said, so that's how I'll be voting against the current motion that's up for debate, because I do not want to be tied to a 2025 number that I have not been able to see on the how the 2024 number will play out. I agree at the core of what we were discussing about an increase in non-member recreation passes. I'm a little personally torn, just because I am someone who used to purchase a non-member recreation pass. I grew up in Herndon. I grew up behind the Fox Mill Shopping Center. I went to Reston pools. They were the most convenient. They were the cheapest. They were the best to go to. Do you need to cater to the 8-year-old boy that lived behind Fox Mill? No, you don't. We protect Reston, and we need to make sure that our members are taken care of first, but we serve a community as well. We are not a country club. That's a good thing. We are not exclusive. That is a good thing. We are a community that helps and supports the surrounding county as well. It is not what we are tasked to do, but it is something that we do with our actions and with our decisions. So again, I'm fine with the increase. I think it makes sense. I'd rather look at the numbers next year before making any sort of commitments to 2025. That's why I'll be voting against this particular motion. But there's some broader impacts to what we do. Just want to throw that out there.
Speak to the substitute.
You may.
Jennifer had her hand up, though.
Sorry.
Then I'd like to speak to the substitute.
Jennifer, go ahead.
I would like, first of all, I think that RA has the cash to risk this, right? If we go all in and we give member passes out with no charge, and we increase the non-resident, then we actually have some data to track over the course of the next year, and we can see exactly what happens. And we're doing that in a time in which there's not a cash-strapped association. So if we absolutely lose out, then we're poor or we can't make payroll. There's nothing like that going on. But then we at least have the data. And I would also say that we all know we're going to change 2025's budget probably at least 3 times before another budget gets passed. So all this motion is doing for 2025 is having staff put it in draft 1. If we fail miserably, it takes a motion to undo that. And, I would argue that if we fail miserably, it would be pretty easy to get other board members to back off and to say, okay, we should back off on that. So that's why I threw the motion. I'm in support of it. That's all I had. Thanks.
John?
I'm going to speak in favor of the substitute for exactly the reasons that Director Juszek said. By giving the staff direction for 2025, we're not logging in, and we give ourselves, first, they have direction for how to put a budget together. And if our experience is as disastrous as some folks think it might be, we can always course correct. But it gives the staff a direction that says, we're here for the members first. We are not in the business of selling these services. And even with all of that, even with all of this increase, we're still lower than the adjacent pool clubs. So we're a better bargain. And it gets people thinking about, well, maybe I want to subject my house to the covenants in order to get the lower rate. So I would hope that my fellow board members would vote in favor of the substitute.
May I?
Yes, please.
Trevor, I agree with everything that
It's
you
out of
said.
order, no. It's directed to the chair.
I agree with everything that Trevor said. I also agree with everything that John just recited. The main point is that we're putting a line in the sand for 25. It's a goal. And typical of what we have done, like everybody else has said, we can go through the budget for 25 several times, and if it's not working out, we can back out of this with a motion. So I think it's important to set that goal. I think we're sending a message to the membership that we care about running, doing things for the members. It's not to say that we don't care about the community. It has nothing to do with that. Like I said, if it doesn't work out, we can come back and fix that again. I think the bigger message that I would like to emphasize one more time is we're sending a message to the incoming 3,000 non-members that will not be paying dues, that this is the way it's going to be. We're doing this for the membership to advocate for them. That's the bigger message. So this is the long-term strategy or thinking that I'm posing, and I hope you agree with me on that.
Any other discussion? I'd like to call for a vote. Jennifer, I hate to impose upon you, but could you repeat the motion, please?
Sure. Move to increase all non-resident recreation passes by 35% in 2024 and set the non-resident all-access pass to the 2025 member assessment rate, and then apply the same percentage increase to all of the other pass levels.
Okay.
Call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion? Director Farrell, Director Mapar, Director Dodd.
And Justin.
And, I'm sorry, keep on forgetting to look over there. All those opposed? Director Fleischman, Director Graywich, Director Johnson.
Are you going to vote, Bob?
Anybody
Abstentions?
abstain? One abstention. So it's
4 to 3 to 1.
4 to 3 to 1, the motion
An
passed.
abstention is a no vote.
It still passes. The motion passes. Mr. Flashman. Okay. So the substitute now becomes the main motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Now you need a motion on, now you need a motion on the main now you need a vote on the main motion.
The main motion,
Is as was just read.
as was just read, to increase the non-member all use pass by 35% across the board in 2024, and in 2025, have it be increased to the member assessment across the board.
And apply the same percentages to the other
Yes.
It's non-member assessment.
non-member assessment.
You said member.
No, member
excuse me.
assessment.
Equal to the member assessment. Equal to the member assessment. That's the motion. I think we're ready
Okay.
for a vote there.
Is there discussion? Any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
5.
Aye.
Jurasak,
Johnson.
John, Perry, Joe, Mohar, Farrell,
All those opposed?
Flashman,
Fleischman, Graywich, and Johnson.
Okay, moving on. Thank you all.
Bio break?
Bio break?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, can we recess for 10 minutes?
Consider it recessed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. But I took that figure, and it's an overestimate, and I'll acknowledge this, okay? But we have 380 pontoon boats, something like that, and...
53850.
There you go. Well, no, I'm counting the pontoon boats, not the kayaks and canoes.
No, that's the budget, that's the operating budget
For the lakes?
for 2024.
Okay. What most folks may not understand is that our lakes were created before there was ever a desire or a need to provide stormwater quality. Our lakes are much bigger than they need to be for stormwater quality. Our lakes were originally created as a recreational amenity. If you were to take, and this is an oversimplification, and I'm not advocating this, if you were to take the cost of running the lakes that Director Flashman just gave us and divided it by the number of pontoon boats, you'd come up with a number something like $1,200 per boat. I'm not advocating that. But it seems to me that when that's our actual number to run our lakes, that our pontoon boat fees are not nearly high enough from the point of view of equity to our members who are unable to have a pontoon boat. I don't know what the right number is, Mr. Cummins, but it ain't the number in the budget that's proposed. I think that number needs to be a lot higher than what it is as a matter of equity to the members who cannot put a pontoon boat on our lakes. I don't want to put a number on the table, but I want y'all to come back with a higher number than what I'm looking at, because this ain't right. I mean, basically, the rest of the community, 63,000 people, are subsidizing 400 people by a big number. And I don't know what you need from the board, but I'd like you to go back and sharpen that pencil and come back with a number that's a hell of a lot closer to 1,200 than it is to the current number.
Yeah. What is our number?
We had it up on the screen. Can we pull that up?
Brittany, I sent you an email.
So to answer the question, I'd need direction from the board in the form of a motion on what you're looking for, even if you don't give me a number, some general guidance at least. I mean, I tend to think in percentages, but, you know, if we're talking about, I mean, that would be a massive increase. I mean, massive, massive. And we have not thought about that at all. I mean, we talked about a modest increase to start to look at that issue, but it would be significant at this point in the game to go back and put that into the budget.
What's the current number? What's the current board number? What's the current budget number?
Proposed or?
Proposed.
Yeah.
The budget number to operate the lakes and dams from the...
No, but the charge to the pontoon boats.
So the largest boat is $240, the size smaller is $177, $134, and $88 for the smallest.
I'm only focused on the two largest categories.
Okay.
I would ask for unanimous consent to increase those fees to $750.
Not unanimous.
Okay? What do we want to do? We want to leave it at that number? Okay, somebody make a motion. Director Dodd.
I'd like to make a motion to increase the largest pontoon boat size to $500 per year.
Is there a second? Is there a second, Mr. I'll second that.
Can I speak to my motion? I pay more than $200 a year to rent my garden plot. It's 30 feet by 30 feet. It's a piece of land where I have the right to garden, but that is a privilege that I'm happy to have through Resident Association. But I think the value of being able to have your own boat on the lake that is big enough to entertain, I've been on boats where I'm one of 10 people, and that's a lot. And so I think it's not an unfair increase.
Is there any more, Director Johnson?
Yeah, I'm concerned about the overall motion in so much as we're looking to raise fees now, not on non-members, But on members, arbitrarily, without any data, without doing any studies, we're really just throwing out numbers right now. And I would really appreciate that if we were going to do this, that we do a study that lasts longer than a week to really get the data. Like, this may not be a revenue stream that we do this year. This may be something that we're looking at for next year. But I don't think that we should raise fees on members with just arbitrary numbers. We need to have data.
Point of personal privilege, Director Johnson, that wasn't arbitrary. The number to run our lakes is $1,200 per boat, per large boat.
It's not just the large boats that use and operate the lake, or that utilize the lake. You have singled out arbitrarily a specific group of individuals and just raised their rates.
Because, if you wanted to know, the kayaks and the canoes aren't on the lake all year round. The pontoon boats are, once they're in the water, they are there. The kayaks and the canoes go in and go out, and they're really small.
And how does a docked boat on the edge of a lake impact anyone's ability to enjoy the rest of the lake?
It precludes them from enjoying the rest of the lake, but more importantly, only people who have frontage on the lake get to have a pontoon boat. So they have an enhanced benefit, and they ought to pay for it.
They bought the boat for $12,000.
This is absolutely wrong. You're singling out a certain number of households who bought their houses, not even thinking that it was a privilege or anything like that. And in some cases, it is part of the dock that they have, it's part of their private property. And you're just taking the entire management and maintenance of the lakes, the dollar amount, and you're dividing it by the number of pontoon owners. That's just wrong math. The maintenance of the lakes has nothing to do with the number of pontoon boats. The dredging has nothing to do, the pontoon boats do not pollute the lake by just sitting there. There are so many different parameters involved in this. This is coming across as anti-equity here.
I would submit that a property owner in Reston who is fortunate enough to have lakefront property gets a benefit just by being on the water. And when you give them the added benefit of allowing them to dock a sizable boat, which could leak fuel or cause other environmental impacts. They're all electric.
They're
I
all
apologize.
electric.
Correction. I don't know how others would value that privilege. $500 a year does not seem like overvaluing the ability to take friends out on the water. Beautiful sunsets. I mean, it's quite an opportunity, and I think it has a value that is greater than what has been paid by those boat owners to date.
Director, you can respond after Director.
If it's a
Margaret, go ahead. Please.
This has come up previously, and as you all know, I've only been back on the board a week. And there were a lot of emails to go through. And one of them included a narrative from a cluster that is on the lake, but did not have allowance for a boat on the lake due to their cluster rules. And so they went and they got together and they all bought a boat so that they could use the lake. I think that's wonderful. And the reality is I think that, I think John's point of equity is absolutely wonderful, but I think it's being used as a weapon in this point. If you're looking at true equity, then let's look at adding pontoon boats to Lake Audubon, Lake Anne, Lake Thoreau, that our members who do not have boats on the lakes have access to. They can rent, they can use, they can access. That is true equity, not raising the rates so much because, oh my gosh, these people may have bought their boat 10, 15 years ago and are just lucky enough to continue to have it. Now, do I think that we could raise these fees some? Absolutely. I do not disagree with that. But I do think to punish people for having the ability to have a boat, whether they bought it yesterday for a larger amount of money, or they bought it 15 years ago, or, for example, the person I know who on Lake Thoreau, who bought a beat-up used junker and put their heart and soul and money into it so that they would have something to use. You cannot just assume that because someone owns a boat on this lake, they have money to waste. That is unfair and unequitable.
Point of order. It is inappropriate to accuse another member of this board of being unethical.
I did not say unethical at all.
You said inequitable. I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you.
Law was next.
I just wanted to make sure everybody understands, I'm a boat owner myself. I don't have any problems with the boats on the lake or even increasing the fees for the boats at some rate based on some data. But my question is, today's the boat owners. Who's next tomorrow? People who have houses backing to the trails? What comes next?
Is that a real question?
It is a real question.
I'm happy to answer
Yeah.
that. I'm happy to answer the question. The answer to the question is, and you might want to think about giving that you're a boat owner as to whether or not it'd be appropriate for you to vote on this motion. I put that to, I'll ask you to consider, to consult with counsel. The point is that we don't have to have these lakes.
True.
Those lakes barely provide a stormwater quality function. They are there providing a recreational function that is disproportionately benefiting, so what was the number, Mr. Lutz?
What, 380 boats?
About 380 homes, and maybe a few more, out of 24,000 homes who don't get to have a pontoon boat on the lake. If someone is going to have an enhanced benefit, it is fair to say to them, unlike people who back onto the trail, because anybody can use our trails, but not everybody can use a pontoon boat. It is equitable to say, we want you to make a greater contribution to the maintenance of this organization because you have an enhanced benefit. That's the gravamen of the motion, and why it is not comparable to charging people extra who back onto our trails. I hope that answered your question.
Director Dodd.
Director Johnson.
Two things. So firstly, if this is an equity issue, we have in the works the Lake Equity Working Group. The Lake Equity Working Group is supposed to be charged with identifying processes, procedures, and any other policy changes that will bring true equity to the usage of the lakes. They're also mandated to do it based on data. I think we're jumping the gun by doing it now without data, with minimal data. You did provide a data set. With minimal data, we've got a mechanism at hand by which we can at hand. Whether or not we use it is something else. We've got a mechanism at hand that we can put to use to get the appropriate data to determine what a fair price would be to increase for rate by which we can increase this. So I think we should hold off on this activity just until we get data. At the end of the day, anytime it comes back to me, I'm going to say that we need more data, because just saying $500 off the top of our heads, or making a quick calculation based on the number of one particular kind of boat, doesn't really give us the data we need to tell us what is an equitable thing. And I say this as a person who has never been on a boat in Reston once, so I have no dog in this fight at all.
May I inquire of the speaker? If there is a motion tonight to get rid of the Lake Equity Group, and if that motion were to prevail, would you want to reconsider this, or do you want to postpone this till we see whether or not the Lake Equity Group continues in existence?
If it fails, then I think that it's even a greater argument not to do this, because then we won't have a mechanism by which we can get additional data.
I'm sorry, I yielded my time to Mr. Johnson, but I'm going to now take my turn, because I would renew my analogy to my garden plot. When I first started with my garden plot, it was less than $75 a year. It's now over $200, and I am reading in the newsletter that goes out periodically that it's slated for another increase. And so there has been determination made that because of the fact that Reston Association trims the paths and maintains the fence around the gardens, that those who use the gardens pay a fee that's based on the square footage of their garden, and that it goes up from time to time. And there was not, as I recall, any big board discussion at the time that those fees were set, or at the time that they were increased. They almost, they went from 120 to over 200 in a single year, is my recollection. So again, I would ask boat owners and others who do not have the chance to own a boat, what you would pay for a year of being able to take your boat out on a beautiful lake to entertain your family and friends. I have been on those boats. That does have a value, being able to put your boat out there, and I do think that $200 per pontoon boat wildly understates that value.
May I respond to the direct question?
Sure.
I don't know, because I don't have the data.
But it's...
The question will always come back to that. Until we have data.
Sometimes we have to act.
But there's no emergency.
Margaret, and then we're going to call the vote.
I still haven't had a chance to speak.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead, Margaret.
So I'm going to ask the same question I always ask. Does staff have a recommendation?
Please.
And otherwise, I do have a number that I would feel comfortable with at this time.
You can make it as an amendment, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to put it out there.
Thanks, Margaret. Yeah, I was just going to offer that we had not been asked for advice, but I would like to weigh in on this. I think for a fee increase that affects a substantial amount of the community, I think a lot about public outreach and transparency and the nature in which decisions are being made as much as what the decision itself is. I think so the draft budget you have in front of you proposes a 20% increase from this year to next year. The kinds of numbers you're talking about now get into the hundreds of percent increase. We really have not notified the community that would be affected by this. Just as a general thing, I'm applying it to this because this is the topic on the day. I would say, as a general rule, my advice for you is if you want to take those kinds of things up, that we look at that throughout the budget process so that people know it's coming, as compared to the first time they hear is when they get their bill. Setting aside what the right number is, I think there's lots to talk about there, but that was the only thing I wanted to make sure we mentioned.
Can I inquire of the previous speaker, Mr. Chairman? I'm trying to understand, we have 380 pontoon boats and we have 24,000 homes. I'm trying to understand how that can be described as substantial.
It's a fairly significant number of people, in my view, to see that sort of fee increase, not knowing it's coming.
I have some experience in this matter. Having
Say
been the
more,
one
please.
who proposed the increases from last year, one of which I got screamed at for by a large number of people who were watching the matter because I had announced what those were before the meeting, to give fair warning to all of the board members. I think there is an increase that is appropriate. What that number is, I cannot tell you, I don't know. I don't think it is the job or should be the job of the Lakes Equity Working Group, and here I differ with my friend Travis, to determine what that rate ought to be. That is not in my judgment, that is not the purpose of the Lakes Equity Working Group. The Lakes Equity Working Group is to bring equity to those who do not enjoy these privileges. That being said, I do think an increase is merited, because I believe that the value contained in the lakes, which is a privilege, not a right, but a privilege, should be paid for accordingly. And whether that jump should take place all in one fell swoop, or in several, as you like to suggest, is immaterial. It should take place.
Good point of order. Please refrain from saying you.
I'm sorry. But
it
was merely, he had made a suggestion, and I was referencing to the
You
suggestion.
could refer to
Third person.
Director Mapar.
Okay, fine. Mr. Mapar's suggestion earlier.
If there is nothing new, I'm going to call the vote.
Can I
I
Can I
had a
finish up?
question. Would you let him finish, and then I had a question for Director Perry.
So,
This was my motion.
I would suggest that rather than make number a part of this motion, that the motion be amended. And that staff be directed to come up with various alternatives for the next meeting, so that we could make a decision based on whatever facts you're able to develop in relation to this. Is there a second? I so move.
Director Perry seconds
Second.
it. You want to restate your motion for the benefit of all concerned?
I would like to amend the motion so that staff be directed to come up with several alternatives of increases to be imposed on boats that are docked, all boats that are docked, so that the board can consider them in its next consideration of the budget. And
This year's budget.
this year's budget, and that is 2024. And that we, and that you accompany those suggestions along with whatever facts you're able to develop to present along with those suggestions.
Director Perry, do you
That's
still,
That's a substitute motion.
Yes.
Director Perry, do you still second the motion?
For staff to come back and provide guidance, I still second that, the motion.
Is there any discussion of the alternative? Yes. Director Johnson.
I really wish we did this, and I may move to amend the amendment, in so much as I don't believe that, I believe our first action should have been to determine whether or not we wanted to move forward with an increase at all. Then we can start to have the conversation as to what that increase is. We kind of like just jumped right into the deep end, no pun intended, of the conversation, and now we're stuck in a series of motions that have locked us into the possibility of having a rate increase now. So I would like to amend if that's possible. Please don't, if I can't do it. I'd like to amend the amendment that's currently in front of us. Amend the substitute motion that we vote only on, I'd like to have the motion that, I'd like to put to, I'd like to move that the board vote on whether or not we do or don't want an increase in the next calendar year.
If I can help, and this is a parliamentary assistance there.
Please.
The budget proposed by the staff already has an increase. Okay? So if nothing
And
happens,
that's 20%?
20%.
if all of us, if all the motions fail, that 20% increase goes forward. All right? as I understand Director Flashman's motion, and I could be wrong and Director Flashman can correct me, he's saying, I want the staff to come back with different numbers. Is that a fair assessment of your motion?
Various alternatives.
So that's
To the $500 number that was put in the first motion.
But I appreciate the clarity, thank you. So my motion is is an amendment to that staff start their range of potential numbers at 0.
Or 20.
At 0, and then progressively move up the list.
So no increase.
You're backing off the staff recommendation.
Yes. I can't be more clear about that. I'm saying
Is there a
that.
second to that, Mr. Chairman?
Is there a second to that? He's asking.
I'm just asking that the range of numbers that staff present us with start with no increase and go up to whatever they feel the max should be. That's all.
Second. There's a second. Is there any other discussion?
I have a quick point.
Thanks, Jen.
The staff gave us their recommendation. It's in the budget. And I don't think that we've given them enough guidance to go back and do what? Give us a right. Like, we need to give them more guidance besides come back to us with something different in order for them to be successful. Like, are we looking for a percentage? Something. I mean, Travis, you were getting something there, but we need to give them something to go on.
I'd like to go back to Erwin, actually. He made the initial motion.
And I made the initial motion
Oh,
of $500, which was seconded.
What's before the body is Mr.
Is the amendment?
Substitute.
Or is his substitute?
Back to your original motion.
So you've made a motion, Director Johnson, and somebody seconded that? Did somebody second your motion?
Mr. Greenwich.
Somebody did. So the matter before the body, Mr. Chairman, is the amendment, the Johnson amendment to the Flashman substitute motion. That's what you're voting on.
And exactly, so again, I move to Erwin, to Director Flashman, who initially said that he wanted staff to provide initial data. So I yield to him to tell us what that range of data should be.
No,
that's.
because you already did a motion.
I'm not asking.
You said including 0.
I
Motion including 0.
With the recommendation between nothing and some other.
Wherever they sound appropriate, and that was
But it's
seconded by
based
Trevor.
on the initial amendment. I was just making it an addition to what was already in.
Right. No, I agree, but we have to act on your motion.
Okay, fair enough.
All those in favor of
The Johnson
the
amendment.
Johnson amendment
to the
to-
Flashman substitute.
Right.
Say aye.
Say aye.
You're talking 0%?
Director Graywich, Director Johnson, Director Perry, Director Mapar. Vote aye. Are there any nays?
Nope.
Director Farrell, Director Fleshman, Director Dodd.
And Dr. Juszczyk.
Juszczyk. Okay.
That motion failed.
Motion fails. The substitute motion to conduct a study and have staff come back to us with
Alternatives.
a range
To develop a range of alternatives.
increases and the rationale for it.
And the facts which would justify those.
Yeah, so the rationale for it. Okay. Call for a vote. What are,
I'd like to ask a parliamentary question. I don't know, I had initially made a motion for an increase to $500, which Director Farrell seconded. And so, and I understand that there is now an amendment, a substitute to be voted on. And so the discussion that we've had already would make me want to withdraw my motion at 500, but you already seconded it, so I don't have the power to do that anymore. Is that correct?
The body would have to consent to your withdrawal, but right now that
That's
motion's
not relevant
for the
because we're
body.
doing his.
It's
Okay.
his substitutes in front
Thank
of the
you.
body.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if that's consistent with your understanding.
that's my understanding. Call for the vote. Who's in favor of the motion? Director Flashman, Director Graywich, Director Johnson, Director Dodd, Director Perry. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Opposed?
Opposed? Abstain? Opposed? Director Mapar and Director Juszczyk.
No, I thought they were raising for abstain. Am I wrong? You had opposed?
No,
Okay.
I'm opposed.
Thank you.
Abstain?
No, I voted.
Oh, voted for,
favor.
I'm sorry. Then it was 6 to 2. Yep. 2 in favor.
Okay. I wanted to confirm something, Director Cummins. You and I had a conversation about staff development. Is there money for that in your budget? We had a specific conversation about a specific arrangement
Yes, there is money in the budget.
for that. Okay.
Don't you have to vote now that you voted on the substitute motion?
Yes.
You're
we'll
right.
get back to- Okay, the original motion was to increase
It's his substitute.
with his substitute.
So the motion that's before us is the Flashman substitute. We have to vote. First, we voted to substitute. Now we have to vote
On
on
the
that as the main motion. So
Okay.
you got to call that vote.
The main motion is to direct staff to conduct a study, come up with their alternatives and rationale for them.
All those in
That's
favor?
it. All
You gave
those
it a
in
fancy
favor?
turn, and Mark.
All those in favor?
All those in favor? Director Farrell, Director Fleischman, Director Johnson, Director Dodd, Director Perry.
And Director Farrell.
I got him first. Since
Opposed?
I felt the wind. Nay, are there any nays? Director Greenwich, Director Mapar.
And just
And then Director
And
Jessup.
Juszczyk.
Motion carries.
Motion carries 5 to 3.
Okay, we got a number for doing the goat trail, at 35,000, is that the right number?
That's right.
And so I would ask unanimous consent to direct staff to add the 35,000 to the 2024 budget.
I thought that was said that it could already be handled within the existing budget.
So two different trails.
Oh, I apologize.
Travis had proposed one.
This is the
President
Lake
Farrell has
Ann
also
Goat Trail.
proposed the Lake
Gotcha.
Ann. That's right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is there objection to adding the 35,000 to the 2024 capital budget?
I have a question before objection.
Yeah.
So as I was joining, you guys were voting on moving all of Chris's savings and the canceled projects. And I believe I heard that you were going to move them to CARF. We were going to move that.
That's where it comes, that's where it comes from. So it's releasing back to the car, those projects were funded out of CARF, and so by defunding them, they go back to the CARF reserve.
Okay. I don't believe every project in there came from CARF. Because some of them were normal maintenance projects, but maybe Chris I wasn't able to join when that happened, but I didn't think all of them were CARF projects.
No, they're mostly triple RF.
Yes, there were like
Projects,
maybe one or
yeah.
two of those projects that were carved, the remaining were triple RF.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. The idea is that those funds, the $100 and some odd dollars, would be added back into triple RF. My mistake, I apologize for the confusion.
Okay, right now, they're in CARF because that's how you guys all
We
voted.
voted on CARF. We voted to move it in CARF.
My motion was on CARF?
Yep,
Damn. Okay.
because I was yelling in the car thinking.
No! You were yelling at me in the car. I misspoke.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the reason I'm asking that at this point is because this goat trail is a new CARF project.
Right.
And so I don't know how much we just moved into CARF. So instead of saying to add it to the budget, shouldn't we just say use the CARF funds that you guys already voted on to fund this project? At least,
So
you're
and
covering
from
up
this-
some of the
On
mistakes.
this item, from the 186, we just put in CARF.
132.
132, okay. I'm asking unanimous consent to fund the Lake Ann Goat Trail out of the CARF.
I would just like, as a point of clarification, I think the intent was to take unspent monies and apply them so that they would affect the assessment well, right? So those monies that are.
Should be going to
Need to go
RRF.
back to triple RF.
I agree. I mean, I don't disagree, Mac, but that's not what the board voted on.
Okay.
You can reconsider.
Can
the
we,
vote.
I mean, that was a misstatement.
Right, I understand. So I'm going to ask for reconsideration of the vote on the 186,000 defunding.
It's 132, 575.
132,
575.
132, 575. Okay, I'm going to move to reconsider that motion. I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Grant, that motion passes. I move that those funds be returned to triple RF. I need a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Fix that mistake. Sorry for the screw up. Okay, back to the GO Trail. That would be CARF money. So I'm asking for the unanimous consent to have that GO Trail built in the 2024 budget. Is there an objection?
35K.
Yes.
That's right.
Everybody remembers the number.
There you go.
So-
Numbers guy.
I was planning to abstain only because I had not been part of that conversation.
That's fine.
I'll object.
You object, I need a motion.
I so move.
I'll second that. Go ahead. Director Dragiewicz?
Yeah, I think staff presented a slide that, not through any fault of their own, but requires a lot more work and research and communication with the various entities that are affected by that property. And I mean, I just don't see the reason why we need to move forward with 35K on something that we found out 2 weeks ago. And anyway, that's why I objected.
Point of clarification, the GO Trail that we're talking about is Lake Ann?
Right.
Or is it?
No,
This is
Lake
Lake
Ann.
Ann.
Lake Ann.
No, Lake Ann.
If I may, this is not something that occurred just 2 weeks ago. Rather, there was a similar motion or request from the same person a year ago, and nothing was done with it.
What?
So it is something that has been on the table for at least a year, a full year or more. And I, as representative of Lake Ann Tall Oaks, highly endorse it.
So Director Dragiewicz, it was again a member suggestion in our board package in July. So it's not, and as I understand it, even with the complications that were brought to our attention, we're still talking about $35,000. So staff believes it can get done, and what I'm trying to say is, let's get it done this year. Now, obviously, if the budget number comes back more, we'll have to then come back and revisit it. But the object of the motion is to say, let's get it done this year.
Wasn't the motion to include it in 2024?
Yes. Yes.
That's not this year. This year means.
I mean, this budget year. We're talking about the
The
budget.
next budget year. Yes, okay, got it.
You need a vote.
Call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
We're voting on this one.
Yes. Director Farrell, Director Johnson, excuse me, yes, Johnson, Director Dodd, and Director Fleshman.
Director Mapar. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Any nays?
Director Dragiewicz. Director Jussack?
Are you going to abstain or vote?
I'm abstaining with Margaret.
Okay. So
Is Mark-
5-1-1.
Did you abstain, Margaret?
I am abstaining.
Okay.
5-1-2.
Okay. We have an estimate to extend gas lines to the Twin Branches pool for $75,000. That's not to say that we have to turn it on, but get the work done so that we have the option to turn it on and maybe in the future save some operation funds between running a pool with electric heat versus running a pool with gas heat, which is considerably cheaper. It's a $75,000 expense. We can decide whether or not to turn off Ridge Heights Electric Pool later, but at least we can get the connection made this year for a very small amount of money and realizing a very large amount of savings potentially in the future. So I move to direct staff to include $75,000 to extend the gas lines to the Twin Branches pool.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry.
We keep calling it Twin Branches, it's Lake Audubon. For the sake of the motion, we should probably use it.
Well, the staff refers to it both ways, but I'll say Lake Audubon / Twin Branches. I'm happy to do that.
So are you asking for unanimous consent?
I'm asking for unanimous consent, and if not, I'll make a motion.
Okay, and I'm not going to consent.
I'm sorry?
I'm not consenting?
It is not unanimous.
It's not unanimous?
Rand? Then I'll make the motion. I move to spend the money this year.
Second. Okay. Is there any discussion? Director Fleischman.
I am essentially opposed to it because it involves the use of fossil fuel, and it is time for us to come to grips with the issues of contributing to the carbon footprint of Western Association, and we should not be doing it. There are other ways of heating the pool, and we should be looking at those rather than using fossil fuel.
Electricity uses fossil fuel.
Now, I would second Director Flashman's concern because electricity can be made cleaner. We are moving away from fossil fuels for electricity generation. The solar panels on my house don't use fossil fuels, and so that's my reason.
Can we heat a pool with solar panels?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
From my understanding, there are technologies out there that can use solar radiation heating. However, I've never seen one applied to a commercial facility of that size.
And I was not proposing that that be done, but that was an illustration of the fact that electricity generation can be made cleaner, can be done by methods that do not use fossil fuels. Natural gas is a fossil fuel and always will be.
Director Fleischman.
There are direct heating of water using the sunlight in order to do that. Without using solar cells, there's the direct heating of water. As one of the ways. There are many others, but those haven't been investigated, and they should be.
Director Juszczyk.
John, can you clarify? I heard you say this year in your motion. Are you meaning 2023?
No, I'm saying the budget year, 2024.
Okay. I just want to clarify that that's...
So I'm suggesting it be added to the budget for 2024.
Can I speak?
Yes, you can speak.
Okay. I think there's an alternative that in fact, I'd like for us to consider before we make a final decision. And that is electric heat pumps using CO2. They are now commercially available. It may be, the initial price may be a bit more expensive, but it uses minimal electricity. It's not, you're not heating the water with electricity, you're using a heat pump technology to do so, which is substantially greater in efficiency than a regular electrical furnace. So I'd like us to consider that.
You want to make that as a substitute motion?
Yes, let's make it a substitute.
I don't understand the substitute motion.
What is the nature of the substitute motion?
The substitute motion
To
is
direct
before-
staff to,
Thank you. Direct staff to conduct a study of alternative methods of heating the pool to include solar blankets, if that is appropriate, or heat pumps using CO2.
We're direct heating of solar energy to heat water directly.
Right.
Can I ask you to modify that to include but not limit to?
Yes.
Yes, to include but not be limited to. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there a discussion?
When did you guys...
Pardon me?
When does staff...
Do you want the study done, before or after we pass this budget?
After?
after's fine.
After, yeah, after.
Well, how about before the next, next budget draft? I mean in 2025.
It's already in.
Is that all right?
Sure. Please.
Brittany, you got that?
Okay. So read the motion before.
The substitute.
Substitute motion before the crowd is to direct staff to conduct a study of alternatives to gas heating to include but not be limited to solar direct heating, solar panel heating, or heat pumps using CO2
And to report back to the board before the
Before
next
the-
budget cycle.
before acceptance of the next budget cycle.
Initiation of the next budget
Initiation of the
cycle.
next budget cycle.
Is that all right?
It works.
Got it? Brittany? And I
So-
seconded that motion.
Okay.
So first vote is whether to substitute that.
That's the first one.
Okay.
All in favor?
Go ahead and call it.
Call the vote. Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Unanimous. Okay.
Now, on the.
Now we have to vote on the
On
motion
the motion itself.
Take a
Vote
look.
on the substitute motion.
Now it's the main motion.
Now it's the main motion.
All those in favor?
All those in favor? Aye.
Unanimous
Yeah,
again.
Unanimous.
Okay.
We got something.
Good. This is my last one.
And then we get Jen.
The applause you can restrain yourself on the applause. This is the one that I need, that writing or that table that I asked Tom to come up. Can we pull that up, please? This came up at staff. We want to scroll down, please? Keep going.
Sorry there.
Is that, oh, stop it, you're there. Okay.
What are we looking at?
So what I'd like you to take a look at is cash contingencies. Okay? And that shows 20, that for 2024, wait a second. So you have to scroll up for a minute and then scroll back down again.
This is an estimate of year-end cash, unencumbered cash.
So we're talking about a number that isn't in the stream retention, it isn't committed, this is uncommitted cash in our coffers, okay? And it's $2,319,000. And currently, we're stuffing it in a mattress. We're not using it to buy down our contribution to RRF. We're not using it as a rebate to our membership. I'm not proposing it as a buy down, but $2,319,000, the money we collected from our membership.
Am I not seeing $3,319,000?
You need to look to the far right column.
Far right, thank you. I was looking at the far
Far
left.
right column, $2,319,000.
Thank you.
That's uncommitted cash. Effectively, we collected more money from our members than we needed. Okay? And the issue is, what do we do with that? Now, the Finance Committee came up with some suggestions, none of which I found compelling or persuasive. Do we need to provide some cushion in case something happens? Yeah, okay, that's fine. I can accept that idea, although the reality is 99% of our members pay their assessment on time, and that represents 80-something% of our annual budget.
This is not a budget issue, by the way. This is a cash issue. This is operations. This is not a.
No, it's going to be a budget issue, because it's my intention to make a motion to direct staff to use some of that money because it's their money, member money, to use some of that money to satisfy our RRF expenses. Now, the net result of that is it holds down our assessment for the next year, but it's the members' money. And we can't just stick it in a mattress and pretend it's not there.
John, is this in addition, was this in addition to the 700K that had been originally opposed in Budget 1?
No, it's not in addition to a substitute for, and I'm not looking at taking the whole 2.3 million and applying it, because as I said, the Finance Committee had a long conversation on this to talk about, well, what's the right number to keep as a cash reserve? And I don't recall a consensus. Jennifer, you were there. I don't recall a consensus at all. But in the past, we have had, according to who's our chairman of finance? Dave Kerr. In the past, there has been like a standard operating formula where a percentage of that, what would be the 2.3 million, is effectively rebated to the membership. I'm not talking about a buy down. I'm talking about a rebate that says we collected more from you than we needed, and we're going to use it to fund our triple RF expenses for next year so that we don't have to goose up your assessment for next year. I'm happy to hear what people think that number should be, but I'm really troubled with the idea that we're going to hold on to $2.3 million of member money without a commitment to that. So if you need a motion, Mr. Chairman, I would move that half of that fund be used to fund our triple RF expenses for the year 2024. And I need a second.
Second.
Second by Director Juszak. Discussion.
Mike, you had your hand up first.
Well, I think it would be important to think about work plans and work that the board has asked the fiscal committee in this case, but any committee to do. So the conversation John is referring to is a fiscal committee work plan to evaluate this exact issue. Step one was how much additional unrestricted cash do we have? And there are still a number of questions out there about string mitigation value and how to deal with that and how much money do we really have and that sort of thing. We just got to the point that that discussion started at the last fiscal meeting, and they had a round robin, which is why, as John says, there was no consensus. There was never an intent to have a consensus and make a recommendation as it applies to this budget. It's a work plan item. So, I mean, the question I'm just asking myself is what's the relationship of the work plan item that we've asked fiscal to work on and the status of that for which they are still actively working, and the board making this decision now?
Director Graywich, then Director. Yeah, this seems to be just like a running theme with some of the motions, is that we're seeing some of this, or at least this, I'll retract what I said before. For this particular number, we are seeing it for the first time. At least some of the board members are seeing it for the first time. I realize if you attended the fiscal committee, this would be the second time that you are seeing this number. We've asked for this number so that we could evaluate it as a board and have it in, I mean, I can't even see the header of this particular
Can we scroll up?
Worksheet. Like,
scroll up to the top.
It's just not, we haven't had the time to digest something that is incredibly important, something that we have asked for. We've got a committee working to deliver that information to us, and it's in their work plan to go and provide us with a substantial recommendation, all of which we seem to be jumping the gun on in this particular motion. So it's not that we shouldn't be giving this money back. It's not that we shouldn't potentially buy down the next few assessments. Those are all legitimate things to be thinking about. And but holding it for an additional 5 to 6 months to come up with an idea for 2025, I don't think is the worst thing in the world. Director Johnson.
I speak to agree with Director Graywich. I think there are any number of potential things that we could do that would be positive long-term investments for the association. I'm not going to suggest any now, but we need to study, do a study to determine how we're going to use this money. I feel like, this is just saying half of what we have is relatively arbitrary and doesn't necessarily meet the long-term needs of the association.
Let me say that the bottom number, if you could scroll up a little bit, pre-collected rent is money that we have, that we owe, that we haven't yet as paid because of the difference between what cash rent is and what rent is by GAAP. That money is earmarked because we owe it to our landlord. And we've been prudent to collect, and I'm just trying to explain the contingencies that we have. The other is, the big one is $1.7 million. That's 1 month's operating expenses for 1 month. So if we just deduct those two away, we're down to the $2.3 million. Now, is that money that stays there? No. That is cash that we have not committed to other uses at that moment, and it's projected. It's only projected. Could be more, could be less.
Wait a minute, that 2.3 is less than that. It takes out the pre-collected rent.
Yeah, it takes it out.
So, yeah, that's 532, so you're at 2,319,000, but Jennifer wants to
It's
be here.
presently truly unencumbered.
Truly
Under
it is.
2,319,000.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jennifer.
I would be fine to defer this motion to next board meeting, but I think that I thought it was important enough to second so that there would be a discussion like this on the table, because I think that we need to talk about how we feel about unencumbered money, and what to potentially do with that so that we don't have a long, drawn out battle next month when we're actually trying to approve something. I think that there is a unrestricted cash number that was part of our assessments in previous years that we told members we were going to spend this money on whatever it was that we did not spend it on. So I do completely agree with John in the sense that we told them we were going to spend it, we didn't spend it. So why would we not give it back to them? Of course, there's money that we need to keep in cash. We collect a big chunk of our assessments in December, so the risk of having a cash negative situation is pretty limited, because so many people pay their assessment before, as soon as the bill goes out. So I'm also not worried about not having cash. So when you look at things like what fiscal came up with, which was the CEO emergency fund, and there's one below that one. Oh, the one below that one was the deductible on the insurance. And that was the highest, 500,000 is the highest deductible that we have, which is a dam broke. So I'm not sure that that's that's conservative, probably a bit more conservative than I would be. But I'm comfortable using a definite portion of this to give back to members. And I would be happy to defer it to next meeting and get some additional information or additional insight from fiscal, because they had a discussion, and now they're going to have a follow-up discussion November the 8th.
I'll second that motion.
Can I have a clarification? What is the motion?
The motion is to defer, the motion, I made a motion to apply half of that to RRF or some other way.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And that was my motion. Jennifer seconded it, and now Jennifer is suggesting that we postpone to defer my motion to next meeting, to the November meeting, and I seconded her motion to defer it. My object here is to raise this issue.
Right.
And if there are projects that staff wants to fund using that 2.3 million, I'm more sanguine about this. But the idea, if I might continue, the idea that we need to have 2.319 cash in reserve when we get 99% of our money comes in December or January of the prior year. What are we holding on to that cash for? We're not going to ever have those kind of deficits. Even in 2008, we never had 500 foreclosures. We collect the money every year. So I understand, hey, you want to hang on to something, but we don't need, in my business, we keep a reserve because we can't predict our revenue in my business. But we absolutely are guaranteed this revenue. We have a 99.1% collection rate. So we don't need to hold on to that kind of money. And if my CEO has something he wants to use it for, fabulous, tell me what it is. But putting that amount of money in a mattress is not right to our membership.
So I believe our CEO spoke up for our finance committee and all the work that they are already doing to consider and make recommendations on this issue. And I don't want to short circuit the hard work that they're doing. And so I don't know whether the 1 month deferral would be sufficient for the finance to proceed, because we have empowered them to consider this and bring back recommendations, and they don't have them yet.
This is a budget decision.
Point of order. Motion to extend the meeting till 11:30.
At least.
We have 1 minute.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Oh, I'd like to speak to those, if I may.
To the extension?
Yeah, yes. Because the extension is for a specific amount, one half of the amount.
No, the extension of the meeting.
Extend the meeting, we're
Oh,
at 1
yes.
minute to 10:30.
Yeah,
Okay, fine, yes.
we were too close to the end.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Okay.
For clarity, I don't think that most of us who had objections because we were advocating that the money be stored under a mattress or in any other way. I think we all just wanted to do a more detailed study to determine what we wanted to spend it on. Like this one option is an option, and I think we all accept that it is, but we also would like to look at other options on which we would like to spend money.
So the motion to postpone will give you a month or more to do that. But the point is that if we leave it where it is, it has an impact on your assessment. And so while I'm more than happy to have input from my fiscal committee, you're not going to have that by the time you set your assessment. You're going to set the assessment next month. And what do you do with this vis-a-vis the assessment is the question.
This money, if you choose to use cash to rebate, buy down, whatever you're going to call it, that's where the money's going to come from.
That's right.
But you don't need to, it's just there. You don't need to do anything to get it there. It's there.
Right, but you need to appropriate it somewhere in this budget in order for have any impact on this budget. If we don't act, we can't come back next June and say, oh, by the way, here's $2.5 million we're going to send back to the membership.
Why can't we?
Because we will have collected that plus more. And all that does is make that worse.
Erwin, I have no objection to the deferral till the meeting in November, and I think, in fact, that's a very good idea, because then we will have a much better idea of what the proposed budget is and what numbers we are looking at and how we want to manage the 319. The problem I have is the specification of one half of that sum. And I would prefer that that not be specified, but that we defer the judgment about how much, whether and how much we should use of that for that purpose.
And I think staff would come back and give you something on that. Having had this conversation and postponing it.
So, yeah, I would like not to commit to the...
You're not. The motion is pending and it's deferred.
Okay, but it's deferring the motion
The motion
to
is
use
pending,
one
yes.
half of the
I
number.
understand, but you can change that, you can amend that motion.
So I
in November.
so amend it. I so
No, no,
move to
no,
amend.
You can amend it in November, Erwin, is what I'm saying.
All right.
Can I just make sure I'm clear on if some of these things move forward? We have a fiscal committee packet that's due out a week from tomorrow, which is about to be a week from today. So when we say we'll have all this analysis done, the fiscal committee's had one conversation thus far. There's innumerable potential uses. I mean, effectively what you're deciding, again, much like last year, is should we use cash to buy down the assessment? But from a creation of the budget standpoint, that's an enormous variable. So the kind of money that's thrown out there, again, so now we have half as much cash next year and figuring out what the assessment should be. Happy to put that together, just want to know what the range of options are, because there are capital options, there are operating options, there are all sorts of things to do with the money. Fiscal's just started this discussion. And again, operating, whether we all understood this or not, we were not aiming for a decision on the cash policy such that that decision would be instrumental in what this budget was going to do or not do. That's a new concept. We just produced this graphic last week.
We've been asking for it for months. Ms. Perry wants to be heard.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you. If you guys wanted to vote on the defer, let's vote on the defer, but the reality is we have tasked committees to do a work plan, and every time that we go through and usurp them, it once again tells those committees that their time and effort is not valuable to us as a board. And I think that is unfair to those volunteers who step up and put in that time and effort.
Are there any more discussion? Okay. The motion before body is to defer, pardon me? The amendment. The amended motion.
No, it's not an amendment of a motion. It's a motion to defer consideration of the motion regarding the CHAS to November. That's the motion pending before the body.
Call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. And then we're supposed to vote.
Director Juszczak, Director Flashman, Director Dodd, Director Johnson, I thought,
Yes.
yep.
Yes.
Director McCarr.
And
I got her.
Oh, you got her.
I called her early. Opposed? Director Gravage, Director Perry. Motion carried. Those are all my motions. I appreciate the consideration of the board, and I'm happy to take the gavel back. Director Juszczak, my understanding is you had a number of motions.
Yes, I do. I would ask maybe Chris come up and help me a little bit because we've done some work during this meeting. And if someone can bring up the amount that the slide where the amount we funded to Triple RF. I think it was 134,000 and change.
Yes.
So Chris, what I'm looking to do is to fund Triple RF by the project expense total minus what we just, gave back to Triple RF when we defunded those projects. Does that make sense?
No.
So it's a $1.8 million number, and then it's a $134,000 number, and then I believe the only other change we made to Triple RF was $35,000 for the goat trail.
That would be CARF.
That
was CARF?
35 of the goat trail would be.
That was CARF. That's
yeah.
right. So I don't have to fix that number. So then shouldn't it be the 1.8 minus the 132, or no, or 136,428? Is that how we would do it?
So the 132,575, that is the net of the completed or canceled projects. 136,000 of the total completed or canceled projects is Triple RF, and then we're running actually a negative variance on the CARF projects that were completed. So I guess you could probably account for 136 in your number, and then that negative variance would just draw from unencumbered reserves within CARF.
Okay. So I just subtract 136. Okay. 28. Okay, so I moved to fund the Triple RF in 2024 to the project expense total minus the credit we just did in this meeting in the amount of $1,687,110.23.
Second. Oh, I can't do that. Somebody else has to say. Sorry. Is there a second?
I second.
Director McCarr seconds.
Okay.
Discussion.
I'm happy to speak to, I want to make sure everyone understands it. So the staff put forward a Triple RF budget of 1.8 million and change. So this would, and then we gave back 136,000. And what we would be doing is funding the projects for 2024 that they asked for in their entirety. And what this would do would create, without any of the other changes we made tonight, it would take the assessment in draft 2 from 857 to 803. So it's a $54 reduction in the assessment by doing the funding this way. I ask that we consider that because if you look at, and Chris can help us with this, if you look at the funding levels over the next 10 years, it shows that we will be overfunding the Triple RF fund above and beyond what is needed. And so I feel comfortable, given our normal calculation, that we can reduce the contribution below the 10-year average for this year. And this was discussed at fiscal, Bob, can you help me? Was it an actual motion that was passed, or did I just get the feeling in the room that they were in support?
It was support. We couldn't agree on the exact dollars, but the concept was to utilize the canceled and positive variances, as well as look at the actual planned expenditure for 2024 to come up with a reasonable amount, but not that amount that was, using the formula in Resolution 2.
So can I
The
ask?
final thing that I'll say on this is that, just remember, we have next meeting, and what I'd like to see is a draft 3 budget with this in it, so we can really get a clean draft of the funding, and we can always, increase this number if we're not comfortable, next month. So I'm looking for a temporary view into draft 3, by doing this now.
So am I understanding your motion then would be that there would be no contribution to RRF from this year's assessment, but merely a contribution to RRF that would fund this year's RRF expenses intended? So we wouldn't be contributing to growing the fund. We would just be spending the money that we project on the projects that we want to fund this year. No, then help me out.
We'd move it from cash, from operating cash, in just like we normally do, into RRF. We're moving $1.8 million in and funding 2024 projects.
That's right, it would still be collected monies, it'd just be substantially smaller than the 10-year average. That's what she's suggesting.
Yeah, I understand. I think I
think you're in
think we
agreement.
just said the same thing.
Yeah, I think you're in agreement.
Instead of 2 million and change, it'd be 1.6.
Yep.
And as a result, if you flow everything back to the assessment number, that'll lower the assessment.
No, I got it. Discussion? Director Guerrero, then Director Johnson.
In general, Jennifer, it seems like this is my common theme of the night. I agree with the concept. It does feel uber aggressive or ultra aggressive, going to the penny almost on expenses. I understand we might not get to the 2.9 million 10-year average and have no need to potentially operate or collect at that level. But the 1.8, yes, a substantial decrease to the assessment, but feels like doesn't provide us any wiggle room, even though further years could provide that at a later time. But, so, agree with the sentiment, just a very steep number there.
Director Petrine, Director Johnson, then Director Petrine. I'm sorry.
That's
okay. So I just had a question. What you're asking for in the motion is just that staff included in their draft of the 3rd budget as an option, not saying that this is what we have to do, correct?
They're going to make it the budget.
Yeah, when we get draft 3 back, it would be included in draft 3. That's what I'm asking.
This is a direction of staff to change.
So you want to change the budget to that? Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Director Mopar, Director Dodd, Director Flashman, Director Justek. Those opposed? Director Perry, Director Johnson, Director Guerrero, Director Petrine. 4-4, the chair votes aye.
Next.
That motion passes.
I motion to increase the interest revenue by $100,000. Interest revenue line item in the budget by $100,000.
What is that? Based on
To increase the amount of the interest earned.
Anticipated.
Anticipated, yes, but it's, by $100,000 from, I can tell you what it is.
How much is estimated now?
This is just looking into
What
our
is the basis of the estimate?
Current market rates.
crystal ball.
So I'm asking for this because it was, it's interest that Okay, so what we did is we took a bunch of our cash last year and we put it in an interest-bearing account. We hadn't ever done that because we just had so much cash sitting in our bank account that it was essentially putting it under the mattress and we were losing money on it. So last year, we moved that money into an interest-bearing account. When the staff did the budget assumptions for this year, we had only had a partial year of that interest, and so at fiscal, we talked about we'll have a full year of interest being capable of a full year of interest, and it may have been miscalculated or missed. And I believe that, and Mac, you can speak to it, I believe that staff feel confident that we can add this to the budget.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Jennifer, we definitely think we can add money to the budget. I think what we were going through is to get to that kind of $100,000 number, over what period of time are we going to have? It was like an $8 or $9 million number, and exactly when do we need that money? I'd feel better getting direction to put money into that interest account and sit down with Tom and team and just, is it 80,000, is it 105,000? I mean, because that all has to do with when we need the cash. So we have all the money and we go invest it for the first, let's say, 6 months, right? And we just want to make sure we don't have the break-even point.
Would you like to defer this to next month and the staff will come back to us?
No, because I want the assessment number in draft 3 to look better than it is now.
I couldn't understand what.
I'm happy to change it to 80, Mac, if you want it to be 80, but we talked about this at fiscal, and you guys have known that it's something that, since we were at fiscal, you've known that we're looking at it.
Yeah, Jennifer, I would suggest if we make the number 80, I'd rather outperform in year one and just make sure we got it right.
Did someone second? Excuse me. Did someone second her motion?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. Thank you, counsel.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that.
Yep, that's all right, it's my fault. What's next?
I would direct our CEO to reduce the salary and benefits expense budget. There are 2 line items there. By a combined total of $305,000 in the 2024 and 2025 budget lines.
On what basis?
I need a second. Second from Director Johnson. Speak to your motion, ma'am.
I specifically sent an email to Mac regarding some feedback on staff positions, and he gave that feedback. And based on that feedback, I think that we need to start moving to a place where we are not talking about this position and that position and that position, but talking about funding, staffing at a level and allowing our CEO to decide what those positions look like. And as far as we're concerned, as a board and as a membership, if we're getting what we need out of the association, then we should be happy with however many positions that is. But I feel like I got an indication to Mac that from him that he would be comfortable, given what the board is looking for, of reducing some of the positions that are in the budget. And so that's where I came up with the 300.
Discussion. Director Perry.
So I actually agree with the Director Chuck on the fact that we should be allowing our CEO and his staff to determine what positions are needed. However, I am not comfortable with reducing the amount currently available until those determinations are made by staff. And if we start cutting funds, then we're chopping them off at the knees, in my opinion. So I do agree with you that we should be letting Mac and staff take the lead on this. However, I do not agree with cutting the funds at this time. Once they make the decision of what spots to fill or not fill, then that automatically reduces those amounts naturally.
I just have a question, Jennifer. This may have happened before you got on the call, but is this motion meant to be additive? Because there was a previous motion and direction to reduce one of the positions to a part-time position and bring that number back. So this would be 305 plus that move that's already been directed?
I believe that was the,
The business development manager, the board gave direction to make it a part-time position and come back with that number appropriately much smaller than the 120 that was in there.
Then I'm happy to do it at 2:45 then.
Let her answer, then I'll come to you. Do you have an answer to that question, Director Judge Sack?
I said, no, I wasn't aware of that one, and my number would change to 245 if that's the case.
225?
245.
245.
245.
Okay. Further conversation on the motion?
Yes.
Director Flashman, then Director Johnson.
I agree with Director Perry. I think this is something that the staff ought to be involved in determining whether or not it is appropriate to do that. To put that in the budget is to tie staff's hands and prevent them from going forward with the hiring of people who might be available immediately. And that would cripple the efforts to obtain good people who might be available at an opportune moment, but could not be hired because the budget would be insufficient, because it would be not for the full year. And I think that's inappropriate. I think if staff wants to take that risk, then staff needs to look at this number, look at whatever numbers they understand would be appropriate, and not pick a number out of the sky. And I don't see a clear basis for this number. So I'm opposed.
Thank you. Director Johnson.
Where does the 305/245 come from?
Director Judge Sack.
It comes from the email, a combination between the email that we received today from Mac, which indicates the positions that he feels most strongly about and the positions he feels less strongly about, and the budget numbers that he gave us throughout the budget process related to them.
Further discussion, Director Parr.
I have a question for our CEO. What is your understanding, opinion on the number 245?
I would say that there's some idea in there based on, some information I gave you based on what I thought were the most important business needs, and therefore, the lowest priority of the currently vacant FTEs. I would say on that particular number, I was imagining the part-time position that we were talking about, earlier, and potentially elimination of one of the FTEs, if that's the direction the board wanted to go. So I imagine if that's in fact the case, then the total number would be about 245, not 245 plus half another position. That would start to impact 3 or 4 FTEs just to get to that number.
Can I just clarify one thing? We're talking about future positions that are not currently staffed, correct?
Well, not actually. All we're talking about is, and there, Director Judge has a point that we need to be careful about. We don't tell, in general, we don't tell our CEO who to hire and what for. We adopt a budget, and the CEO can use that budget number to hire whom he thinks will get the job done for the community. Rarely, earlier tonight, we said, don't fully fund this position.
Correct.
Most of the time, we don't tell the CEO what positions to fund or not to fund. So I think that's what Director Joshak is coming to is, I've got this number that I'm basing it on a couple of positions, but I just want to reduce the payroll and let the CEO decide how to allocate the payroll. I believe that's what Director Joshak is doing, but she can correct me if I misunderstand what she's doing.
Yes, that's correct. And I would also say that, Mac, if something like this is voted down, that I would highly encourage you to do something in draft 3 with those positions, because then at this point the board's not going to make a call on what I know you're seeking them to make a call on is, do you have a value judgment of adding this type of position versus this type of position, and what do you want from me to do with it? We're not going to get there as a board, and so you're going to need to make that value judgment call, because we need to reduce the amount of money we keep hemorrhaging year after year where staff positions are increasing. We are not an organization that can keep adding several positions a year. And I would like our CEO to take what it is we are asking as a community and as a board to provide services for in a limited amount of money that we have between services and overhead. And I think that it is reasonable for us to get to a place where we're increasing overhead, but we're also, making sure that that's balanced out with services. And this budget right now, I think, is overinflated beyond what we need from a staffing perspective. And I think MAC has indicated that to us. Whether this is the right number, he could come back with draft 3 and say, well, I want 45,000 more of that back. I went back and crunched the numbers, and this is what I think. But based on the information we have now, I think that number could be fine. And that's why I'm asking to move in this direction of being okay with assigning a salary number and benefits number and moving on as a board. Thank you.
I appreciate that further clarification. We can understand the reasons behind the, how we've approached this particular motion. Had to get there, though, with everybody. Appreciate it.
Further discussion on the motion. Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Director Mopar, Director Gredos, Director Johnson, Director Jessak. Those opposed? Director Perry, Director Dodd, Director Flashman, Director Petrine. Chair votes aye. Next.
Okay. Motion to reduce the staff benefits line by $15,000.
Is there a second?
5-0 or 1-5?
15,000.
What is it that she wants to reduce?
Wants to reduce the staff benefit package by $15,000.
This was something I think,
Do I have a
I
second?
can't say anything until we have a second.
sorry.
Do I have a second? Second by Director Johnson. Director Jessak, speak to your motion.
So I had talked to MAC, both inside and outside of meetings earlier this year, about something we ran into when, as a board, we hired MAC, and what we discovered is that staff kick into our 401k program until 6 months post-hire, even with their own contributions. I think that hurts us in our recruitment, and I think that there is a miscommunication, and what I was requesting was that they consider a policy in which staff could contribute early. I wasn't necessarily asking for a policy in which they were getting a match early. And so right now there's $15,000 in the budget, from what I understand, that is allocated to matching upon entry, upon this new policy change and upon entry. And I think that it is fair to ask new employees to wait 6 months. Also, as an HR person in my own world, it's nice to have staff actually stay before you start opening 401k accounts and contributing money. It becomes a big administrative nightmare when people leave within 90 days, and then you've opened this account, and then you got to refund it, and there's a bunch of investment interest. And so I think it's actually messy from the operation side myself, but that's why I'm asking for the $15,000 reduction.
Director Jessak, since you're trying to get to a policy position, might it be better for you to withdraw the motion with permission of body and make a motion to direct staff to delay the contributions until 6 months? That way we're not playing with the numbers, we're establishing a policy.
That's already the policy.
I'm sorry?
I believe it's already the policy. And so what, please.
I'm asking not to change the policy for 2024, I guess, but it is the current policy. So I'm
The current budget
I can help.
includes the change of
I'm
policy.
open to suggestions of however you want to get this done.
So our current policy is you're eligible for 401K match on the first day following 6 months, so day 1 of month 7. So the budget actually includes accelerating that, where you'd be eligible for match on the first day following 3 months. Again, maybe a signal crossing, but that was a concept that came up during our initial budget discussions. That was a board member suggestion. So we priced it out, and it was $15,000. So what Jennifer's suggesting is that probably shouldn't be there, just take it out of the budget. We'll keep with our current policy.
So to be clear, we're talking about next year's budget, and next year's budget would have them bring a match from the 3-month, and what Director Juszczak wants to do is to keep it under the current policy, which would be a match at 6 months. And Director Juszczak, if you don't mind, would you ask to withdraw your motion and restate it as a policy issue, so that we don't have, and I know what you're trying to get to. I think, so you're asking for unanimous consent to withdraw your motion. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, your motion is
Sorry, I'll move quickly. Yeah, there's objection.
to allowing her to withdraw? her
Oh,
motion?
no, not withdrawal, sorry. It's late. Sorry,
Okay.
she can withdraw.
That's all right. So hearing and seeing no objection to drawing your motion, you want to restate a different motion there, Director Juszczak?
I motion to maintain the 401K matching at 6 months post-employment.
Is there a second? Second by Director Mopar and Director Johnson. Discussion. I think you've explained your position, and it's 11:05. Director Perry wants to be heard.
I just have one question. Mac, based on the language Jennifer gave, does that keep us at the current policy? Because it's technically 6 months plus 1 day.
Yes, it keeps us at the current policy. We are still going to look at how we can administratively get people into the program earlier without matching funds. That's the budgetary impact discussion tonight, but I think I'm pretty clear on where you're at relative to matching funds, which is really tonight's discussion.
Director Flash.
I have a question. At what rate or when do employees vest?
5 years. It's 5-year cliff vesting.
Is it 100% vestment after 5 years, or is it gradual vestment over a period of time?
I see Sam Kendrick on the phone. That might be a question that she would answer for us.
You're fully vested after 5 years. I think that's
But is it without step increases, or is it just
ESA.
5 years in your fully vested?
Okay, does this have to do with the mission?
Yeah.
Ms. Kendrick, you had an answer to the question, when do employees fully vest?
Or vest?
Yes.
How do they vest?
So the vesting was originally created to have a graduate scale up to 5 years, but the association moved to a safe harbor. So it is pretty much right now through our projections that almost everyone in the organization that is a full-time benefit eligible member, with exception to approximately 10% of our staff, are already at 100% matching.
Well, the question was, how quickly do they vest?
Matching or vesting.
So because it's a safe harbor upon entry.
Any further discussion? All those in
sorry. I think having a matching period after 3 months is a strategically important benefit that can help us draw in better qualified candidates, and the impact to the budget was minimal. So I would be in favor of keeping the current 15,000 in the 2024 second draft.
Okay, so you're speaking against the motion.
Correct.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion would say aye. Director Mopar, Director Juszczak. Those opposed? Director Dodd, Director Johnson, Director Grewich, Director Flashman, Director Petrine. Abstentions? Director Perry. Director Dodd, you've been generous with your time, and I appreciate your efforts
Yes,
to hang in.
I apologize, but you do see that I'm unable to
I understand.
remain. Thank you.
I understand. We'll just note in the record that Director Dodd left the meeting at 11:10. Okay, Director Josek, any more motions on the budget?
Move to allow the CEO to determine the future of the environmental director position.
So, again? Director Josek, could you repeat your motion?
Move to allow the CEO to determine the future of the environmental director position.
I think we approved that. We left that flexibility up to staff before you came on the call.
Oh, okay. I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Next.
We agreed that, 1 to 2 positions would be, staff would come back with recommendations. So that could be one of them.
I just know that we have a standing motion that directs the CEO to hire that position.
That is the present status.
Right.
So
and
I
the
would
CEO
ask maybe
the CEO
Tony,
was-
like,
The CEO was encouraged to come back and advise on that, and 3 or 4 other positions. And that's where we got to the conversation about the business manager and reducing it to a part-time, the business development manager to a part-time position. Do you have any other motions, Director Josek?
I had asked Tony a question.
So, because you're giving advance notice, it would only require a simple majority, and I think it could be done in approving the budget. If the CEO came back with that position outside of the budget, I would think that motion would overrule the specific motion.
Okay, great, thank you.
Anything else, Director Josek?
Nope, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Any further discussion, motions, considerations, or ventilations on the budget?
Harumph.
Harumph? Okay, we move on. Did you get all the direction you need there, Mr. Cummins?
Yes, we will get building a budget quickly.
Wonderful. Community survey rollout, Director Cummins and Ms. Kowalski. Sorry.
So probably the biggest note, we brought a draft schedule to Bach. Nearly all of you were on that call. We have adjusted the schedule accordingly based on the discussion that night. What we're looking for tonight is blessing of the schedule from the board. The big change from the original one that we showed at Bach to tonight is reversing the order of events and having a town hall meeting on November 9th. If the board approves the schedule tonight, we will do a media blitz starting tomorrow to let everybody know that we'll be having that meeting and then progressing from there.
So the motion you're asking for is for the board to adopt the community survey rollout as presented.
Yep.
Can I have that?
So moved. So moved.
Moved, Josek, so moved. Johnson seconds. Discussion. Director Byrish, then Director Perry.
I don't necessarily need it specifically listed, but did we have a vision for when PrAC would be updated or briefed, or are they basically expected to show up to the community town halls?
My interpretation of conversation at Bach was that after the town hall, we would come back to the board before we went to PrAC.
Before going.
That was my understanding, and that's why it reads the way it does.
Further discussion, Director Perry?
So that was actually part of my question, and this does not have to be answered tonight, but I would love to hear the thought process as why that was done, since it was part of PrAC's work plan to be part of the delivery of the survey results. So I'm a little confused as to why we gave PrAC a work plan that we are once again negating and therefore telling our volunteers that their time and efforts are not
I
necessary.
can give you the benefit of Bach's consideration, Director Perry. We're experiencing some confusing communication thanks to Reston Now. That when we put things in our board packages, Reston Now takes them and turns them into sensational headlines in order to draw clicks. The view is that anything we would give PrAC would then be available for the world to see, and we wanted to give the information first to our membership, frame it ourselves, and reduce the opportunity for a sensationalist journalist to misconstrue what we're doing. You may recall that earlier our CEO had a budget increase of some number, 100 or plus. And the article in Reston Now was, that's what it was going to cost to get rid of the pool pass. Well, that wasn't connected at all. It was complete misrepresentation of what we're doing. And so we're going to work with Ms. O'Donnell and with staff in the town hall to frame the delivery the way we want it framed, as opposed to framing a delivery the way somebody else wants it framed. So that was the thought process. And so that the membership would get the message from us directly.
Okay, and I appreciate that response, and I understand that. Was that communicated to PrAC effectively?
So I communicated the delay, and I communicated the Bach decision, where I have my wires crossed, and this is on me for maybe not being specific enough during the Bach meeting, is through that elongated and delayed schedule, I still wanted to see each checkpoint there, knowing full well that they would be delayed in some aspects. My concern is that the community and their questions are going to be different than the targeted questions that PrAC is going to want to ask and dive into. And so it can still come after the community town hall, so we're briefing the community first. It could still come after the board of directors meeting, which I realize is now getting into the holiday season. But potentially, if there is an opportunity to address PrAC specifically, similar to the way we did a board briefing, I think that would be very helpful.
Can we scroll down on that, please? Okay, so at the board meeting, the board is directing PrAC to create a work plan based on the results, and that's at our December meeting. That would necessarily result in PrAC getting briefed, Director Gravich. Do you want PrAC to get briefed on this before?
Yes.
All right, you want to give me an amendment or propose an amendment as to when you want PrAC briefed?
I mean, I will, but I would like to talk to staff about what makes realistic sense to schedule something here and what we can do.
So I think after the community town hall, and maybe after the board of directors meeting, we could look, if you look at the website going live on the 27th, the purpose of that was to avoid Thanksgiving week.
Yep.
Sending things out Thanksgiving week is sort of pointless at times. So we could look to schedule a PrAC meeting maybe that same week of the 27th. I think that's PrAC's regularly scheduled meeting anyway, so I think that would work.
I think that's PrAC's regular meeting is that week.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
So can we, so your motion then, Director Gravich, would be to adopt this schedule as proposed with a briefing for PrAC at PrAC's regular November meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second by Director Mapar, Director Johnson, and Director Perry. Any further discussion? All those in favor will vote aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous of all those present and voting. Thank you for that. Listen, okay, what are we meeting into? Where are we?
You have 15 minutes left.
11:30.
Can I move that we move items O and defer item O until the next meeting?
So is there a second? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Director Juszak?
I'm an A.
Sorry, Chris.
So that's deferred to the November meeting. Can I have a motion to defer the discussion on board operations and board governance committee to the December meeting? So moved, Director Johnson. Director Petrine seconds the motion. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry?
It's fine. I'm an A.
Okay.
I'll forego a comment.
Abstention, okay. So I had Director Johnson, Director Gyrich, Director Flashman, Director Petrine, Director Mapar voted aye. Director Juszak voted no, and Director Perry voted to abstain. I'm going to ask for a motion to defer the Land Use Committee to the next meeting, but I want to ask our council, there was another resolution that wasn't in our package on process. Land Use Resolution 1, the rewrite of Land Use Resolution 1 was not in our package,
We'll make sure it's in that.
if you don't mind. And then the other issue is on board committees, we were adding land use to the end of, what is this, committee resolution number 4. On page 7, council, we have and site plans, and actually that would get us sued. So if we can have this resolution presented to the next board meeting, and taking out and site plans for the board's full consideration, I'd ask for a motion to defer this to the November meeting.
Second.
And that's you're the
I
motion, I
move.
need a second.
Yes. I'm
Second by
so
Director
moved.
Johnson. Discussion? All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Director Johnson? Director Perry? Although that's unanimous of all those present and voting. So that's.
I'm a nay.
You're an A? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 yea and 1 nay. So that's November, this is December. Okay. Which brings us to the Lake Equity Work Group. We have 16 minutes. I need a motion to continue the meeting until midnight.
I'll move. Second.
Moved by Director Johnson, seconded by Director Petrine. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Director Juszak is no, Director Gradwich is no, Director Perry is no, Director Malpar is no. What's my number? Is it 4? 1, 2, 3,
4, 5.
5. Okay. We're going to be done in 10 minutes.
We can do this. We can do this.
Move to defer the Lake Equity Working Group charter to the November meeting.
Is there a second? No second. Director Johnson, I think this is yours.
It is.
If I misspoke, I apologize.
Not at all, thank you. So in a previous meeting, we determined that we wanted additional clarity on the schedule and the work product of the Lake Equity Working Group. I put together a motion that I'm going to read to the board that I have, let me step back. I put together a motion that I will read to the board, but I have since modified based on information that we received from MAC earlier today with regards to both the legality and cost of the type of data that was initially asked for. But, so I'm going to put this out there, and I look forward to your feedback. I move that the Lake Equity Working Group be directed to create a report which lays out the LEWG's vision for the usage of the lakes and surrounding areas, clearly identifies the current use policies for the lakes and surrounding areas, reports and evaluates the present usage of the lakes and surrounding areas.
Director Johnson, I'm sorry to interrupt. In the interest of time, that's this document?
I have modified it, that's why I'm.
Okay. Go ahead.
Using the demographics, using demographics to be determined by LEWG membership and approved by the board and gathered under the auspices of the staff, contingent on the likelihood that staff is able to access it with minimal impact to 1, the report schedule, 2, staff's workload, and 3, cost of acquisition. Should staff be unable to process the data for any combination of the above reasons, LEWG leadership will present the board of directors for their approval with a list of alternative data points, an extension to the LEWG schedule, or an alternative plan for developing the report without the data. The last bullet is identifies and recommends policy changes, communication strategies, programmatic adjustments, and infrastructure modifications to bridge the gap between the LEWG vision and the current state of lake and surrounding area usage. LEWG will complete the report and present it to the board within 1 year of the first meeting of the LEWG.
Second.
Discussion. First, it goes to Director Johnson as the maker of the motion, and then Director Perry.
Can you just elaborate on your?
Yeah, we put this together, I put this together in conjunction with Irwin, and after feedback from pretty much every member of the board and staff. The goal, as I said in the beginning, is simple: to provide clarity as to the schedule and the work product for the Lake Equity Working Group.
Director Perry.
So I'm actually in agreement, including with your changes. The only thing I would suggest is that bullet point 1 under Board of Directors for their approval with 1, a list of alternative data points. Because you changed the language initially, you've already got that the data points will be determined by the LEWG, so bullet point 1 could be removed.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
And I say not necessarily because they may change their data points, and we may get some additional clarification from staff that says that LEWG has given us things that, we aren't allowed to gather, things along those lines.
Got a point.
Further discussion? Are we ready for a vote?
Call for a vote.
I have a, no, I have my hand.
Director Jessac, you want to be heard?
So, Travis, first of all, is the thing that's up on the screen right now your edits, or are these your old edits?
This is probably the second iteration on the screen right now. My final edits are sitting in front of me.
Right, so Pen, I don't know what they are. Can you give me the Cliff Notes version?
I sure can.
What your edits are?
I can. I removed the list of data points that we were asking for, and I said that the Lake Equity Working Group could and should determine what that list should be. And I did that because the Lake Equity Working Group is going to be composed of both members and staff, and between the two of them, my thought is they can come up with data points that are both legal and feasible to acquire.
Okay. So my comment is we received some, we requested and we received today from staff, and I guess they can reiterate that because it was a request from the board's last meeting. The feasibility of doing the data points that were in your original or in your second draft too. And those were going to cost, they thought, maybe about $45,000. So my fear is that we're going to have a group that's going to ask, because those are pretty typical equity-related demographics that you had listed. So I can't imagine that they're going to get outside of the lines of what you've requested. And I'm not, are we going to spend $45,000? I know it says minimal in here, but that's the first thing that's going to come back to us as a board is they would like these demographics. They're going to realize it's going to cost money to get them, and then they're going to come and ask, and then we have a group that we might have to say no to.
And we can.
Demographic data.
Excuse me.
So that's my first concern is. My second concern is the edit that you made in the version that you emailed. Yes.
Can we refer to another board member by their last name instead of using the second person plural or singular, if you don't mind?
Oh, okay. Director Johnson, the edits that you gave us via email a week ago, I guess my concern is that there is an option in here that there's no data. And I think that's a really important piece of evaluating our lake usage, is that there's an option for them to come back and say, we're just not going to use data. And so I don't believe that this is something that I can get on board with, because I want to make sure that if we're going to speak about equity and addressing our lakes facility, or any facility, because I've never really understood why this was just lakes and not all of our facilities, that if we're going to say that it's in an equity framework, then it needs to be in an equity framework. If we're just looking at usage among the different member types and member categories and member abilities, like from an access perspective or from, a location perspective where they live, to me, that's not equity, and I still think that we should do it, but I don't think that we should put it under the vein of equity. It's just evaluating our member access and our member usage and getting a group to say, we think that we should do X, Y, and Z to make that better. And we can do that without using the word equity. But if we use equity, we better have the data behind it.
Thank you, Director Josek.
I can't fairly respond, I'm sorry, please.
No, not really, because we're about to adjourn.
I said, I'm sorry, please.
I move that we extend
To
midnight.
Is there a second?
Pick a better time. I'm not sure.
11:45 then.
Yeah,
All right, there's a motion to extend to 11:45. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor of extending to 11:45 will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Director Josek, you're opposed.
Well,
I got that. No, Director Josek's opposed, and Director Mapar is opposed. Director Perry, Director Johnson, Director Gywitz, Director Fleshman, Director Petrine is in favor of extending to 11:45. Director Johnson,
Yes.
you asked for the floor.
I appreciate that, thank you. So I can't respond to the second of your questions because I was not
Questions?
I cannot respond to the second of Director Josek's questions because I was not part of the board when this was initiated. However, to respond to the first question with regard to the data, or creating a report without data, the last paragraph, which is actually still in the draft that you've got, states an alternative plan for developing a report without demographic data. So it doesn't necessarily say that they will create a report without data. The board must approve any plan that is, any plan for a report without data. So, they can come before us, outline some form of report that is acceptable to us, and we can move forward. Failing that, we don't have to approve the plan, and we can either send it back or we can create any other alternative. But as it stands in this language, it doesn't say that the report will definitely be without data, and it doesn't really give them the option of doing it without data unless we've given them a plan which we find acceptable.
Further discussion, Director Mapar.
There was an email exchange where the cost of doing this was mentioned as $45K, I believe. So I want to ask our CEO, how do you have money to do this? Where does it stand in terms of the priorities that we've discussed for the budget?
Yeah, I think I'm going to ask Cam Adams to come on up. He did the research on that, and that's the upper end, of what might be spent. There are other scenarios that could involve volunteers, and a few other things. But if we needed to outsource this, we don't have staff to go be collecting the data points. That was sort of the main point. But Cam could speak to those things.
We looked at compiling the census data, as well as looking at how we could actually get the information in the data points, specifically 2 through 5. I think number 1 was geographic location, which should be simplistic enough. So really the only idea that we could come up with was canvassing and looking at creating surveys and being out and about. So that upwards of $45,000 includes canvassing and hiring someone or going to a third party to perform the work for us, and then analyzing the data for us to be able to report back to the board. But also the other alternative was allowing the Lake Equity Working Group to determine the data points, but also seeing if they could solicit their own group of volunteers that could then conduct the work to reduce any associated costs. That $45,000 also built in estimated time from staff to be able to contribute to that workload as well.
And that, thank you, Cam, and that
Director Johnson, did you want the floor?
Excuse me,
Sir?
may I respond? The question that was asked by Director Mapar is based on a previous draft of this motion. All of the data points that are in here have since been removed. And we've also given the Lake Equity Working Group membership the flexibility to determine their own data points. Those data points will be developed in conjunction with staff. so staff can then determine, what's realistic and feasible.
You got 2 places. Go ahead.
Just to remind that my question had 2 parts. One was the 45K, and also asking the CEO, where does it stand in terms of the priorities for the staff work?
Thank you.
That's a non-funded item. We're certainly running a fairly large surplus this year, which was the start of a discussion not too far back. So in terms of finding money.
This won't eat the whole 2.3 million? That's good to know.
Yes, but it's not currently in the staff work program or budgeted.
Further discussion? Are we ready for a vote? Looks like it.
I have one more item that I'd like to point out.
Go ahead.
I did, just for history's sake, I did a motion like 2 years ago. It was the first year I was on the board. And one of the motion that I did was to direct staff and allocate some money to help them collect email addresses from our membership. And I had both members and board members like very upset with me on something that I thought was just going to help us from a communications front. I think that as we consider moving forward, we have a sensitive population apparently with just getting email addresses, which I thought was pretty harmless. Having staff go knock on doors and get demographic data may create an issue. I would really be nervous if we asked for our equity working group volunteers to help with that, although I can't imagine they would probably volunteer. Our member committees are very nice and volunteer their time already. So that gives me a lot of pause to go out and have either of those groups do that. And so I would ask if we're going to go down that road, that we consider having a consultant do it, or I don't know, somehow can consider what we might get from members who don't want to give out that data. That makes me nervous. I would also like to do a motion to, what is it called, John? Motion to amend, motion to replace, and I always use the word.
You have a substitute motion you'd like to offer.
Substitute motion. I would motion that we move the Lake Equity Working Group and appointees that we might make that are committee, people that we have already looked at from a committee, and send this to PRAC as a topic for them to take up in combination with the Lake Equity Working Group appointees of the board.
Is there a second to that motion?
I will second that.
Second by Director Mapar. Director Dretzek, you want to speak to your motion? We got 9 minutes.
Sure. We added to the PRAC committee's responsibility list when we changed the capital improvement matrix, and we spent a lot of time during that talking about looking through an equity lens at all of our facilities. So I do feel like that this is already part of PRAC's responsibility, and I would hate to kind of take something away from a committee who's in charge of it, or have 2 different committees be doing the, committee and a working group be doing the exact same thing and then not communicating with each other. So I'm more in favor of, moving this entire topic into a committee that we already have. And I also believe that that committee has knowledge about the ability for us to change or update, or what the current usage policies are. They have a lot more of that historical knowledge of how RA operates and the structure that we can and cannot do things in. That would really be beneficial to the appointings of the Lake Equity Working Group. And so I think combining them and having those minds all at the same table would be beneficial all around for this initiative.
I'm going to break protocol and beg the committee's indulgence. I happen to serve on PRAC, That committee's not appropriate for this exercise. And I've been on that committee for 2 or 3 years, and I don't think I would expect them to undertake the examinations that Director Johnson is proposing. Anybody else want to speak to the substitute motion? Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor of the substitute motion will say aye. Director Mopar, Director Juszczyk, all those opposed? Director Perry, Director Johnson, Director Flashman, Director Petrine. Director Greiwich, what say you?
Abstain.
Director Greiwich abstains. We're back to the main motion. It's Director Johnson's main motion. Are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
Can you read the motion?
It went on for a while there, Director Mopar. Help me out here.
This,
Getting close.
it's a waste of time to go through it again. You know what it is, if I may say.
Director Flashman, you're out of order.
Director Mopar, I think
Flashman, you're out of order.
Point of order here.
Yeah, I've already ruled him out of order. You're fine. You're fine. We all need to learn not to use the second person pronoun. That's what we all need to work on, because it gets heated really fast when we use the second person pronoun. Director Mopar has sustained your point of order. Now are we ready for a vote? It is an extended motion, Director Mopar. I think rereading it now is asking a lot.
I'd be happy to hand it to you if you'd like, or I can summarize, or I can read it. It states that we're going to create the Lake Equity Working Group to lay out their vision for the usage of the lakes, to identify the current usage, and report and evaluate on the present usage of the lakes using the demographics they put together. Basically, it's a gap analysis to use our joint profession.
You satisfied, Director Mopar? Okay.
Thank you.
We're ready for a vote?
My pleasure.
All those in favor of Director Johnson's motion regarding the Lake Equity Group will say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I got Director Mopar, Director Perry, Director Johnson, Director Greiwich, Director Flashman, Director Petrine. Those opposed? No. Director Juszczyk votes no. The motion carries. There being Director Flashman.
I move that the personnel who were on the consent order and removed from the consent calendar now be approved.
Is there a second? Is there a second by Director Johnson? Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Director Mopar, Director Perry, Director Johnson, it's unanimous, all those present are voting. There being no further business before the body, we are adjourned at 11:42. Thank you all for your cooperation and patience.
I like this.